Good, good evening. Welcome everybody to a bittersweet meeting. Tonight's meeting, June 27, 2023, regular board meeting. And I mean bittersweet because it's our own superintendent's very last official board meeting. And bittersweet because she's gonna be doing some great things and she's excited for retirement, but it's sad to see her go. So with that, I would like to send it over to Ms. Messenger to read the district's vision and introduce the invocation.
Sure. The School District of Manatee County will be an exemplary student-focused school system that develops lifelong learners to be globally competitive. And today I'd like to introduce Reverend Dennis Hughes. He's my uncle, and he so graciously drove from out of town to be here tonight to do our invocation. So thank you so much for being here.
Everybody please stand.
We stand before you, holy God, loving God, conscious of our unworthiness, but aware that we gather in your name. Come to us, remain with us, and enlighten our hearts. Give us light and strength to know your will, to make it our own, and to live it in our lives. Guide us by your wisdom. Support us by your power, for you are God. You desire justice for all. Enable us to uphold the rights of others. Do not allow us to be misled by ignorance or corrupted by fear or favor. Unite us to yourself in the bond of love, and keep us faithful to all that is true. As we gather in your name, may we temper justice with love, so that all our decisions may be pleasing to you and earn the reward promised to good and faithful servants. Dear God, you live forever and ever. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, Reverend Hughes.
Enjoy your dinner.
Thank you.
All right, that moves us along to agenda amendments. The chair has found good cause to amend the agenda to include all items listed under agenda amendments on June 26th, 2023 agenda, updated June 23rd, and posted to the district website, manateeschools.net. Do we have a motion to accept the agenda amendments?
So moved.
We have a motion. Let me get my Granicus up. Let me get in here. Do we have a second?
I will second.
And we have motion. We have a second. Are we live in Granicus?
Mhm.
Just me then. There it is. Sorry. All right, let's go ahead and vote on the agenda amendments. Approval of the agenda amendments. Go ahead and cast your vote. And that passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 6, just information only was posted, leaves for June 27, 2023. Item number 7, approval of the minutes. Superintendent Saunders.
Yes, I recommend the approval of the minutes from June 13th, 2023 school board meeting.
So moved.
I'll second.
Mr. Chair, I've got
All right.
something I want changed.
On the minutes?
Actually. On the minutes, yeah.
Go ahead.
On item 16, workshop item requests, the second paragraph reads, Board Member Foreman requested to have the audit committee report on the June 27th board meeting rather than the June 29 workshop. The chair agreed. Okay. I would like to have added, because this is just as important. She also stated that, and look, Ms. Cox, I'll give you a printout if this motion passes. But she also stated that the engagement letter needs to be placed on the agenda to be approved before July 1 to prevent a lag in services, since the audit committee meets only every 2 months. I've gone back and verified that I did indeed say that on the video. I'm hopeful that you all will remember, so I would like that added.
Is that a motion to amend?
Yes, it's a motion to amend.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion to amend the minutes. We have a second. Any discussion on amending those minutes?
All that we're doing is adding some wording. We're not changing any actions or anything. It's just adding words to the, okay,
Yeah. Yeah.
that's all I had.
So I know you don't have that ready for us on Granicus, so we'll go ahead and just do it manually. So all those in favor of the amendment to the minutes, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then now we can vote on the actual approval of the minutes. We had a motion, we had a second. That should be on Granicus. You want to just do it normal? By normal, I mean old school?
Did the motioner hit motion on the screen? Yeah.
Yeah. All right, all those in favor of approving the minutes as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0.
And just to be clear for the record, that the original motion, I moved and Ms. Spray seconded, because I know it didn't pop up, but I just want to be clear on that.
Thank you.
All right, moving number 8, recognitions. Good news moment. Mr. Barber, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Board Chair and board members and Superintendent Saunders. You know, even though it is summer, there are still great things going on in our schools, and we're very fortunate to have the professionals at MSTV. We got Stephen Opowski and Carl Shelton, and then our communications specialist, Melissa Parker, who handles our good news page. And so if you go there and check it out, you'll see lots of good things still going on in our schools this summer, and it's at manateeschools.net/good news. So go there and visit and see lots of great things. We have a video to share with you today. It's a good news video that's on the website right now, so we'd like you to see it.
Did you guys blast that fast? Today we are at Rogers Garden Bullock Elementary, and today we're having our pep rally for all the students who achieved excellence in their FAST state exams. I got together with my instructional leadership team and I said, you know what, we should do something exciting for them. So we called people, we had people donate things for us. Wow. Anyone that went up 20 points, anyone that moved up a level, or anyone that reached proficient would get a prize. And then our top scorers, whoever had the top ELA and the top math score, they would receive a special prize. Yay! Go get your bike, go get your bike. I'm gonna tell you right now, these kids worked so hard. We surpassed all the expectations in ELA and especially in math. We went way beyond what they expected us to do, and most of our kids went up, and a lot of them reached proficiency levels. Jebediah is the top math score as well, so he's gonna get a tablet. Congratulations.
My son was elected top student of Rogers Elementary. I'm not surprised. I'm very excited about it because he's such a good boy and he's super smart. I'm so proud of my son. I'm always proud of him.
I feel like really happy and proud of myself that I would explode if I could.
This is one of the schools that, has always performed not as high as other schools. We're a Title I full Title I school, but I wanted these kids to get excited about doing well and know that they can do it. They have it in them, and they can do it. She got a Squishmallow, yes. And so just giving them that extra motivation and that power to succeed has given them so much excitement. The last couple weeks, did you get my score? Did you see what I got? They were so excited. They were like, I know I got like 2 or 3 prizes. So just to hear them talk about being excited for how they did and how hard they worked just puts a smile on all our faces.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that you know that Mr. Enthusiasm, Principal Michael Escortia, is in the audience, and he does a great job over there. So
Yeah, thank you. Awesome.
great to have him. We do have one other video that we'd like to share with you, and it's because, as you said, this is a special occasion, and it is bittersweet for us who work for the district, for me personally, and I know other members of the district leadership team, but we do want to share this with you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barber, for both those videos, and that was a great montage of everything the superintendent has done. We appreciate it. Thank you. Brings us up to item number 9, report from the audit committee. Dr. Grusso, you are up for the podium.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Try not to take too much of your time tonight, but this will take a while. I have 4 sections of this report to give to you. We're going to talk about the CRI evaluation, the engagement letter the audit committee had discussed, some audits, and the charter school audits. So there'll be 4 sections to this. The audit committee meeting was on May 3rd. All of the members were present at that time. For our CRI evaluation, we use a scale of 4. We evaluated CRI as the high end of effective. We gave them an average of 3.2. 3.5 would be highly effective, so it's just below the highly effective rate. There was consensus among our committee that CRI, the engagement team, is highly qualified. The reports are well written. They are responsive to questions and any requests that the audit committee makes of them. CRI is in the process of standardizing their own internal audit process, which we think is very important. This is around their company. Their company is very large. And so I think that'll be of great benefit to the district in terms of the audit reports as well as the auditing process that is conducted here in the future. The auditing firm, as I said, is very large, and one of the recommendations that the audit committee has for CRI is that we would like to see more involvement of other people in the firm. It's one of the reasons why we liked the idea of renewing their contract several years ago. They have told us that they do talk to other auditors and other staff when they are conducting their audits, but they're not consistent in reporting that information to us, and they have confirmed for us that going forward, they will make sure that they include that information for us, so we will know when they have consulted auditors in other parts of the country. We do know that they are in the process of hiring another internal auditor, so we're very excited about that for the district because that will give you even more information, more support from the company for getting audits completed. The one area that does need to have additional attention is the evaluation of the ERP system in the district. We had conversations with CRI in the past that we would like them to do ERP as they're doing each and every audit, rather than try to do the whole system, which is massive. When they're doing a personnel audit, talk about how ERP and the components of it apply there. If they're doing something on procurement, talk about how it applies there, what could be done better, what is working well. Again, it's something they have touched on in some of our audits, but it has not been consistently done. And that is just an area that they really need to pay attention to. We've had the system now for 4 years. It is working significantly better than it has in the past, but we just need to make sure that you are aware of that. And also, if there are any glitches or anything that could be addressed a little bit better, you should be aware of that so that you can have the district do a better job of it. I will tell you that from all of our experience with CRI, they have developed a very collaborative approach with staff. We can see the growth in their relationship with staff and how things are so much smoother. They have gone out of their way to try and build positive relationships there so that the audits are done and are seen more as what they're intended, to help the district have stronger financial controls. The intent is not we're attacking you or trying to find you doing something wrong. We want to work with you to have stronger controls. And I think the team from CRI has done a really good job of trying to make that a much more collaborative and respectful process. We know that the work that they have done, they've been with us for a long time. We know that the work that they have done here has helped to significantly improve the financial controls in the district. And so we're very pleased with that. They do bring an amazing historical knowledge of the auditing process in the district. They were here at the very beginning when there were a lot of financial challenges. They've seen it grow and they've helped it get better all along. So they do have that institutional knowledge that is of great benefit here. And after doing all of this and going through this very long conversation, it took us almost an hour to get through this, we did, as a committee, recommend to you that their contract be continued for another year. In doing so, we also have 3 suggestions we hope the district will follow through on. The first one is, going forward for evaluations, we do believe that the school board, as well as management, should have a role in those evaluations. So rather than just the 5 or 6 members of the audit committee filling out this form and then talking about it and deciding on a rating, we think you should also have input on that. what you like about them, the information they're providing to you in their reports, how is that helpful, what you would like to see them do different, and the same thing with management. And so we hope going forward that process will be developed, and that next year when this happens, you will be part of that. We also do believe that it is time for a regional partner or someone from the company who has significant knowledge about internal audit to actually conduct a workshop, not only for the audit committee, but for the board and staff, so that people can really come together and have a true understanding of what's happening in internal audit. We are required by law to do it, so what are the trends? What is best practice? What should reports look like? How should the auditing process be done? How do we make sure we are not only in compliance, but we're actually making our way through all of the audits that have to be done over a 5-year period? And we think to have some expertise, and this company certainly has it, to bring them in, have them do this presentation, and that would be a lead up to what is our third suggestion, and that is you should be doing, we believe, an RFQ this year. The last one was done, I believe it was 2019, so they have completed their 3rd year under this contract. They will do a 4th if you approve their engagement letter. We think it's time, especially now that there are 2 new board members. You have a new superintendent. So if you have this discussion, and based on this discussion and everything that you gain from learning more about what the internal audit process is, develop an RFQ based on that for where you want the district to go in the future, and invite every company out there that is interested to apply. And we do believe CRI should also apply for it. We're not doing this as a way to get rid of them, but I just think it's time, and this is best practice, to do an RFQ at this time. And so that's one of our suggestions for the board. If you are going to do that, I will tell you timelines are real tight on RFQs. They take longer than people think. So just the suggestion I would have is you're looking at doing this workshop in September timeframe. You're looking at developing an RFQ, and there's a good process in the district for doing it, but you need to have the committee get together. It's a separate committee. It's the Auditor Selection Committee, which you have a charter for. Ms. Foreman is the chair of that. There are members of the Audit Committee on it. So you would have to go through that process for the RFQ and have that ready to go at the end of this calendar year. You really would like it out in January. We tend to put it off later in the year, and that just gets you all tied up in trying to meet a deadline because the auditors start working and preparing in the spring. And so the later it's approved, the harder it is for them to get up to speed and actually continue the auditing process. So I would encourage you to have the staff work on this to get it done by the end of the calendar year. And that's our evaluation. So we do think that they should continue. Following the discussion on the evaluation, we then had our second discussion on the engagement letter. I will talk with you about what the audit committee has recommended to you, but I must tell you that the engagement letter that is in your board packet is not the engagement letter we discussed or that we recommended. We have not, the audit committee has not seen it. So there was no discussion about the actual version that is in your packet. But I will tell you what we discussed because this is a report of that meeting. We start the engagement letter discussions in March. And our reason for that is so that we can engage you also in those discussions, which because of other reasons did not happen this year. We asked them to come back in May and bring us a draft engagement letter that included those discussions, the idea of what audits they think we should be doing based on the latest risk analysis, what follow-up audits, those are called PARs, they're done after an audit is complete and all of the exceptions on the audit have been addressed. We then go back and do a post-audit review to make sure that everything truly has been implemented and is being done as has been reported. And also recommendations to do next year a full risk assessment. Risk assessments are typically done every 5 years. We are entering our 4th year of this one. However, again, there are 2 new board members. You have a new superintendent. As you go through this year, especially with the new superintendent, I think people will start to say, okay, we need to look at this, we need to look at that. And as you are involved in the development of that risk assessment, because all of you have input on that, and the superintendent and the senior staff at the district, as you all have input on what are the risks, what do you see as the things that really need to be attended to from an auditing perspective, that risk assessment then leads you to what's the engagement letter look like for the next auditing firm? So you know what the 5-year plan is, what are the audits that are going to take place. That's a significant undertaking, but we really think it is appropriate to do that in the spring. So what we've kind of mapped out for you is have an expert come in and talk about the process and the work that should be done, do an RFQ, and then do a risk assessment. And almost like you're starting a renewed start next spring. In the risk assessment that we had talked with them, in the audit plan we had talked with them, they, of course, in the fall would do the sales surtax. That has to be done annually, and we report back to you that the money has been spent. This is an audit committee report. It is the only audit that is done that is actually the report of the committee. So it is the only time the audit committee actually says to the auditors, make this change. Any other time we talk to an auditor, it's, we think you should do this, we suggest you do, because the audit is the auditor's report, not ours. We're just making recommendations based on our expertise. The sales surtax, though, is our report. They gather the data for us. They've gotten really good. They can anticipate what we're going to say about it. And they did actually make a change. I got a phone call and they said, okay, this is what happened. We know you're going to tell us this is not acceptable, and had to do with how money was spent on a project that we said, no, you can't do. And that was what was in the report. So that process has to be done. We have never looked at facilities and maintenance as an internal audit. That's a pretty huge endeavor here. And so we think that should be done in the very near future, and we had included that in this engagement letter. What would happen is once the fiscal year gets going and they start planning out the audits, someone from our committee would be assigned to that and would work with the auditors to actually develop the scope. Okay, here's facilities and maintenance. Let's bring it down to what should we really be looking at? Where are the greatest risks, and what should we be looking at in terms of how they are functioning? And that's what they would end up doing. We want to look at P cards again. This was done many, many, many years ago. A lot of improvement, a lot of changes, of course, in the processing, but we think it has been looked at for a number of years, so we think that we should be looking at P cards and making sure those monies are being properly spent, that the proper controls are on the use of those cards. There are several post-audit reviews, of course, and we have proposed doing a follow-up to the Auditor General's report. There was an operational audit done earlier this year. There were 3 findings. They have all been addressed. But one of those findings had to do with background checks. It is the second time it has been reported. We do not want it reported a third time. And so we think what would be appropriate is periodically, CRI would just go in and check that it's being done the way, and they'll iron out a process for how they would do that, just to verify that it is not forgotten about and people stay on top of it. So when the Auditor General returns, everything is clean. And so we have recommended the engagement letter to you with one edit. When they wrote the report, when they wrote the letter, there was a section in there where they talked about fees, and there was a paragraph in there where they talked about fees that they would charge the district in terms of the number of hours that they would be working, how the different staff members have different pay rates. And so they talked about what the bulk amount would be. They also talked about the second part of their work for you, which is to look at audits, internal account audits, when a principal or a bookkeeper changes schools. When they wrote the paragraph, that was all together in one place, and we asked them to separate those out, which they did. It is on page 5 of the original engagement letter. We asked them to simply separate it out into 2 parts so that it was clear what was part of the regular audit package and what was separate for if they had to do an audit because a principal or a bookkeeper changed. And so we asked them to, it's an edit, it's a grammar edit. That's all that was in there. We recommended the engagement letter that I have described to you unanimously to the board. I think I'll stop there because that's one half of the report, and then go on to updates and the charter schools. So if you had questions about the evaluation or the engagement letter, I'd be happy to answer them.
I don't see, I see one speaker lit up. Mr. Tatum?
Hello, Dr. Grusa.
Hello.
So when I hear the word audit, as a layperson, that means to me looking at money, financial type of things, but you said that they're going to audit the ERP system, which is our personnel management system. That's what ERP is, or is it, like, what does it mean to audit ERP? What do they actually do?
It is to make sure that what's being entered, what's gone out, what reports are being produced for a particular area are actually working, that you're able to get information about the various financial areas in the district, so that anytime, if you're doing P-cards and you go in and look at the P-card system, are all of the computer systems that are being used to track that information, are they working properly the way you want them to? Can people generate the reports they need to do their jobs?
So it's not like a financial audit of credits and debits or something. It's actually looking at the performance of the system to see that it's doing what we
needed to do. We're getting the correct information from.
So it's more like a performance operation evaluation or something. Is that a?
Yeah, that's part of it. And you want to know, I mean, if you think about early on, it was difficult to get reports, and it was difficult to enter information and then have that information transfer over to somebody else so that they could actually use it. This is to make sure that those things are all working properly.
So in a more general terminology, the word audit could mean not just financial things, but it could mean looking at, so does this company proficient in doing these, they're not just a financial auditing company, they do operational audits on processes and things like that? Yeah.
Yes, they do, but their focus here is to make sure that the financial system that is being used by the district is giving you correct information.
Okay.
So it's part of the financial audits that are taking place. You want to know that the numbers you're putting in are then giving you correct numbers out. That's a oversimplification of what they're looking at.
Great, that makes sense. That's all I had. Thank you.
Ms. Foreman, then Ms. Spray.
I had some questions. I'll do them now instead of at the end. You said that management and the school board should be part of the formal evaluation process of the auditing firms. Did they recommend that we review this evaluation that was recently completed, or just do it going forward?
No, going forward.
Going forward, okay.
And we would have to build the process and the forms and everything that were part of that.
Okay, all right. But if we want to look at the evaluation forms.
Oh, those are public. We talked about those at our meeting, and as soon as that discussion, they're published. They're available to you to look at.
Okay. And then the RFQ, you said it's got to be no later than January. When should that start?
That process should start probably in the early fall, in September. I would put the committee together and start talking about looking at the old RFQ and start discussing what changes you want. It is my suggestion that it be done no later than January. The last one went out the middle of February.
Okay, but the board will vote on it first?
Yes. Oh, the board, you are part of the discussions, you have input on it, and then you ultimately vote on whether you want to do it or not.
Okay. Was the recommendation for the engagement letter unanimous?
Yes.
And that engagement letter includes scope of audit services, what's going to be audited, and the number of hours budgeted to that?
It includes the list of post-audit reviews that should be done, the fee for every single level, like secretary versus senior auditor versus auditor, the total number of hours that are being recommended, and the maximum amount of the cost of the contract. And there is a chart that is included in there that actually outlines each proposed audit with the number of hours they are anticipated to take. So it adds up to a certain number of hours at the end. They are the same hours and the same fee structure that you currently have in the current contract.
Okay. And that was all discussed by the audit committee both in March and May?
Yes.
Both meetings, okay.
Yes.
So it had thorough discussion.
Mhm.
All right. Was there a deviation in the process that the audit committee followed in terms of evaluating the scope, evaluating the number of hours, making recommendation to the board, and recommendation on the engagement letter? Was there any difference from prior years?
The work and discussions of the audit committee were the same as they've been in the past. The only difference is that we have not been able to get on your schedule. Because for whatever reasons in terms of your workshop schedule. So I was not able to present to you after our March meeting or after our May meeting until today. We were originally scheduled in March. That was postponed and was not rescheduled until now. So that's been one of the challenges. I'm not accusing or anything. I recognize you've been really crazy busy with selecting a superintendent and all, but it is a challenge for the audit committee to make sure that you know what we're talking about, that we know what you want to do to be able to get your input and involvement. It's just something that has typically been done in the past, and this year has been especially challenging to do that. I do have a quick recommendation. This is personal. The audit committee did not talk about this, but I would suggest, I'm sure there is a calendar in this district that there are certain things that have to happen at certain times. And I would just suggest that audit committee meetings be added to that calendar. Our meetings are every 2 months. The first week of the month, except in July and January. In January, they're the second week because of the holidays. And that way, if we could get scheduled the meeting after or your workshop 2 meetings later, usually that's what's been done in the past. If I did a workshop, we had a meeting in early May, we typically would see you by the end of May, so that you know what's going on, because if we're not getting feedback from you, it's going to make it much harder for us. And we want to make sure that, this is your audit committee, we want to make sure that you know what's happening. That's the only change that's happened this year.
As far as the RFQ goes, how long has, well, CRI is the successor to Shin and Company, but how long have they been our internal auditors?
As long as I've been around. The audit committee's been in existence for about 10 years, and I believe they were the first internal auditors, so maybe 9 years or so.
Okay, but we did have an RFQ.
We did an RFQ, I believe it was 2019.
Midway.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago.
And you interviewed a couple of firms, yeah.
We had 3 firms respond. I think, yeah, that was them.
Okay. There was a comment among, sent to the board members, that it was noted during the last audit committee meeting, it was the consensus of the audit committee members to have a senior partner of CRI meet with the committee and/or board and answer questions before moving forward with an engagement letter. Is that the case?
No. I was sent that comment and responded back that that was not accurate. Something was misunderstood or changed or somehow misrecorded. We had a discussion, as I've already told you, about having a senior auditor come. When we discussed that, when the motion was made to have, to recommend the engagement letter to you, there was also that discussion about including in the scope of work for next year, having this person come and discuss this. And best I can tell is somebody got that mixed up, thinking that it was required that it would happen before the engagement letter was approved. And that, of course, couldn't happen because we were asking CRI to plan this activity for the board. So something got mixed up. I don't know if it was intentional or an innocent mistake, which is, I believe, what it was. But no, that was not accurate. Our recommendation to you is clean. It is the audit committee recommends the engagement letter as was developed on May 3rd with that 1 grammar edit to the school board. Period, 5-0 vote, that was it.
Okay. In order to verify that, we can listen to the audit recording, is that correct?
Yes, you can, and I can tell you where to go. Because when this was happening, I'm thinking, all right, the only way to absolutely verify it, you have to take my word, is go listen to the audio tape yourself. And so I went and listened to it again today. I had listened to it before I put my report together to make sure I had everything accurate. And you can go find it. The first motion was made at 1 hour and 21 minutes into the recording, and the actual final wording that I just reported to you was made at 1 hour, 25 minutes, and 55 seconds. That's the best I could do.
Specific.
It's as slow as I could get it down to.
All right.
But
The
it's
minutes
there. It's there.
from that meeting, are they recorded? Are they on the website yet?
Not yet. And in answer to your question, this came out because it was recorded in a draft set of minutes that were sent to me last Tuesday. And I had not even read them yet when I heard about this. I responded back that there was that mistake in what was recorded. And what happened here is 2 people sat down and listened to the audio tape and I received a revised set of minutes that reflect what I just told you about what is our recommendation, and I'm in the process of reviewing those, and we'll actually send them back to the district tomorrow so they can be published for our next meeting.
Okay, but because they have not been approved by the audit committee, we cannot rely on those minutes until audit committee accepts them.
Yeah.
I believe that's the way.
Yeah, our process is, as chair, I would get them. I would go through them, make sure everything from what I know and what I have in my notes is correct. We send them to the board clerk, who publishes them with our agenda. And then on our July 12th meeting, the audit committee will review those, make any changes they think are appropriate, and then vote on them. It's similar to what you do. They're not official minutes until you have voted on yours. The same thing with us.
The engagement letter, is it possible for these audit areas and hours to be changed after the letter is signed?
Yes. We change them on occasion. To have them changed, it has to come back to you. There are times when we need more hours to do an audit because they run into information that says, oh, we've got to go check this. There are some times when something new will come up in discussions with the board or with management, and we will come to you and say, we would like to move some hours from this part of the engagement to another part. You have to approve all of that before any of that is done.
Okay.
And
But-
we have changed audits in the past, yes.
So you don't make those decisions?
Oh, no, that all comes back to you.
All right. If the recommended engagement letter, the original one, is signed, what services are expected to be performed in July, August, and September?
Going forward, we have an audit committee meeting in July, so, which is why the engagement letter is on today, because they can't meet with us if we don't have an engagement letter. They have 2 audits they have completed that they will report at our July meeting. One is on the MTC point of sale, and the other one is on contract compliance. There will be the discussion and the planning for this workshop we have talked about for the board. And then if there are any, they have to complete the MTC financial aid audit. That is something they would be working on this summer to complete. And then if there are any recommendations or requests from management because a principal or bookkeeper changed, the external auditors are finishing up their audit of internal accounts. And if they were to flag something, we would have CRI go in and look at a much thorough level to see if there's an issue if in a case where either a bookkeeper or principal has been changed.
Okay. Does the timing of service, when a bookkeeper and a principal change, does the timing of it, does it need to be done close to the event, or can it be done later?
The closer to the event is better. Right now, Cherry Beckert is in the process of auditing every single school building for internal accounts. That's part of their contract. They do a more cursory view of it, so they're doing that now. So we don't typically have CRI go in during the early summer to look at any of those changes because Cherry Beckert's doing that. The only time we would do that this time of year is if management said to us, hey, we think there's a problem here, go and do this. More likely it's going to happen during the school year when there is a change. You want somebody to go in and just make sure those cash accounts are correct because the new principal, the new bookkeeper doesn't need to be dealing with a problem. So that's why CRI has that part of their contract to go in and take a look at those.
Okay. And then this comprehensive risk assessment, does it have to be done? Is it required?
No, it's typically done every 5 years, and I think we did the last one 3 years ago.
Okay, well, we all received invitations for or a request to discuss, either meet or talk with CRI about the risk assessment. Is that for the update, or was that for the new one?
Yes, they do an update every year. Take a look at it to make sure we are still on track with the audits that we should be doing. Sometimes change in law, change in practice, change in staff, lots of reasons why you say, hey, we ought to go check out this particular area. We think that it's more risk. Risk doesn't mean there's something bad has happened. It just means that because there's a change, things could go off track. So you would want them to change and redo the risk assessment. They update it to make sure we are still on track for the 5 years. But to do a full one is quite involved, and as I said, I think very appropriate at this particular time.
They, it was suggested that there are dollars, that there's time available that we could just carry it over into unused hours that CRI has to carry over into the next year. Do you know how much that is?
They have about 200 hours in their contract, but dollar amount is about $20,000. I've gotten conflicting information. I am told that because it's left, they can carry it over and continue working under that contract. I have a funny feeling an auditor will come in and say no. So I wouldn't recommend it. I think it's more important to have a clean engagement letter to start July 1st.
Right.
You could ask the auditors if they would write up another school district for doing that. I don't know.
Okay. I know you can't speak for the audit committee, or I'm not asking you as an audit committee member. I'm asking you as Dr. Agruso, 8 years experience with the audit committee, former superintendent. Would you please give us your opinion of the proposed engagement letter that is attached to the agenda?
The revised one that's on the agenda.
You're on the hot
It
seat.
doesn't, my thoughts are, it doesn't say much. It is at most a stopgap measure that keeps you in compliance with state law that you have an internal audit function. There's nothing in there. There are no audits. There are no PARs, post-audit reviews. There are no hours. There's no cap on spending. There's no specific spending. All that's in there is listed the fee rate. And so while you'll have an engagement letter, I believe they can then come to the audit committee meeting. They can finish up the audits they've started, I think, because there's no actual dollar amounts in there. It doesn't give you an audit plan for the year. Now, I understand one of the reasons I was given why this has been changed is because the board has not had an opportunity to discuss this before tonight, and you need to have input on the engagement letter. The problem is, with all due respect, that should have happened already, because now, when we put an engagement letter together, it is an audit plan for the year. You can look at it and say, we're gonna do these things, and then the audit committee and the auditors can plan out how that work is done. Because you just don't say, I wanna do an audit, and tomorrow you go do it. You have to plan the scope. You have to decide on the best time to do that. Some audits are better in the spring, some are better in the fall, some don't matter. You wanna balance an audit that you're doing with post-audit reviews because of the time commitment. So you don't wanna take an audit that's gonna take you 4 weeks and have 3 of them trying to get done at the same time. You want to spread them out. So you plan your entire year, you end up with a much more effective and much more efficient process. And you're keeping track of everything because the law says over a 5-year period, you have to audit everything. With the way the engagement letter is written right now, none of that specificity is in there. Now it says you're going to make those decisions by the end of July. Fine, as long as you make them by the end of July. If you don't, then there is no audit plan for this school year. And you're gonna lose months of work. You will be cited for not having an audit function, because even though it says on paper you have a contract, you really don't have an audit function. And you're gonna lose all this time for getting stuff done, which I worry about because things start falling through the cracks. And the thing is with auditing, like I said, it's not to catch people. It is to make sure things are done right here so you don't get into trouble. But it also keeps people paying attention to what they're doing because they know somebody is watching. Not in a negative way, but this district was in bad shape 10 years ago. We don't want you going anywhere near that again. So I'm concerned because it's paper, it's nothing. It just allows you to have an audit function but doesn't give you any specificity. I'm really worried about it's going to fall through the cracks and you're going to start having financial control problems.
Thank you.
Ms. Bray?
Thank you for being here and very thorough report that you're giving us today. One comment that you said was P cards haven't been audited in a long time. How long has it been since P cards have been audited?
5 years.
More than that.
Maybe more than that, 5, 6 years.
What's the requirement for having those?
It's a while. Yeah.
What is the actual guideline to have those audited? Is it once every 5 years or once every year? Look at that continually?
The law says you should audit all of your areas within 5 years. That's hard to do, but the law just went into effect last July, so we still have
Right.
5 years. We're not out of compliance yet. We want to make sure we stay caught up. But it has been a while that we've looked at that specific topic, and so we think we should go back and do it. And the way this has been outlined, and even with the audits for this year, we will be in compliance for the 5 years, making sure, if we continue on the path we've been on, making sure that we are in compliance with what has to be done, when it has to be done.
Okay. And then you had said that facilities and maintenance should probably be added to the audit schedule. Have they not ever been on an audit schedule?
Not in my recollection, not in the time that I've been here. I don't know if CRI has it done ever. I don't know. I don't think it has been done, not in recent years.
Okay. So that would lead me to the next.
Ms. Bray, I
Yeah.
think Ms.
Oh, sure.
So the district did have a CK firm, Keenan Walker, perform a facilities management audit, and that was just about 5 years ago. So the district is due for another facilities management audit. That's a separate statute than the statute that requires for a comprehensive risk assessment.
That's true.
So that's, that one is, so that's, those are two separate requirements, two different responses.
Thank you. There are other auditing processes that go on that are not in our purview. so
Right,
that's
through your,
fine.
okay, not through this, okay. Because when you said we haven't done a P card audit for probably 5 years, so when that audit happens, we're looking from now back. Wherever you need to grab something, I'm guessing.
They will look at it more recently, especially since the ERP system has come in, some changes have been
Right.
made in that system, so we'll look at it more recently. The other thing that will happen is when CRI starts an audit, they go and look at all the past reports. They will look at the last time facilities was done, even if it was done by somebody else. And that's how they develop the scope of what they need to look at, because the last thing we want to do is duplicate effort.
Right.
You don't need to have double auditors in there looking at the same things over and over again. So that's why they'll narrow it down to what needs to be done.
Okay, that's basically all I have. I'm like, okay, facilities, they probably should have that in the cycle. And P cards, I would almost put them at a, more than just a 5-year, I would almost put them at a every other year, in my opinion, but it's a lot of work too, when you have a lot of people with all these cards. So, I thank you for all that you've done here, and looking forward to hearing the rest of your report. Thank you.
We had Mr. Tatum, and then we'll come back to you. Mr. Tatum?
So, Ms. Saunders, these recommendations that she has, how do they get put into practice? Is that Ms. Seller's responsibility to kind of do that, or how do we?
Well, I think there's a couple of things. CRI is one auditing firm that we have. The state also comes in and does a comprehensive audit of our operation as well, which we just had done. As she just said, you want to make sure you're not kind of duplicating. So their firm is supposed to come in on the off cycle when the state isn't there. Then we have an external auditor that does our internal accounts, which handles more of the P cards. That's the firm that she indicated is already in. What she's talking about is auditing that process. But we do have a firm auditing the spending of P cards right now. It's just a different firm. So we're audited by a lot of agencies. The process that she indicated on how you're on the calendar in a regular basis, it was, but it did get skewed during the superintendent search when there were very specific items that had to be on there for that timeline. Then some things got moved. So it did get off cycle because of that. They were scheduled. It was put in the year's calendar, but that is what happened. And as she said in the past, they've always come before the board after they have a meeting to go over the reports and recommendations. But because that got skewed, that hasn't happened. So now they're here for the contract for the next year, and the board's not had an open discussion about it. So that, I mean, it's just an unusual set of circumstances with all those required set meetings we had, for that search. That's what happened.
Okay. I was more referring to the things, but that was a good explanation. It's always good to have information.
Okay.
The recommendations she had earlier on about including board members and all that kind of stuff, how do we ensure that those recommendations will get implemented?
Well, we have a board liaison right now, but if there are recommendations that more people should be at the table for evaluations, then that will be turned into the agency clerk, and then we'll make sure that those parties are invited and made aware so that they can attend those meetings.
Okay. I just was trying to understand how you had some recommendations on how to do things better, and then what's the translation policy from your recommendations to actually putting them into action?
She goes through the liaison, who then gives it to the agency clerk, and then it moves forward.
If it doesn't happen, it's my fault.
Okay, great. Just want
Yes,
to know
Ms. Foreman.
No, who to blame?
who to hold responsible.
I'm sorry, the audit committee also tracks these things.
Okay.
So if they're not being done, Ms. Sellers is at most of our meetings, Ms. Foreman is there, we'll come back to you
Okay.
and say, hey, this has to be done.
Great. And then you mentioned that by the end of July, we should have a more detailed engagement letter. So is that in the works, Ms. Saunders? Is that, yep.
It is set for a workshop in July, only because the board has not had a chance to look over and discuss. Do you agree with the items? Do you think it should be more? Do you think it should be less? Have a conversation. You guys will set what that is at a workshop, and then we'll go before the board for board approval, is what the expectation is right now.
Would you like me to give you a call after that meeting just to let you know how it went, or you think you'll be good at that point?
You can send it to my cyberspace email.
Okay, great. Just, all right.
Tatum, it is in the engagement letter that's in your packet.
Okay,
Says it has to happen in July.
okay, great.
My concern is, as Ms. Saunders has said, you guys have been so busy, it hasn't been scheduled, it will get overlooked, and you will have no internal auditor.
Okay. But is it, when you say it's a workshop, it's coming up in July, it's scheduled, so we have a plan to get to where you'd like us to be?
I don't know that.
But we do.
From my report, I don't know that, but you guys.
Okay, great. Okay, great. I trust Ms. Saunders. She says we have a plan. We have a plan. Mary says, okay, great. And then how long is your term of service on the audit
Here for
committee?
7.5 years.
But I mean, when does it end?
Friday.
She ends with me.
That's what I was going to say. So I just wanted to thank you. I just wanted to thank you for your service. That's what I thought. Friday is also the final day for both of you. So
Going together.
We're going to.
But you sure you don't want to call about this in July sometime? Just get an update on it? No? Okay, good. Just make a
Are
note
you
of
gonna
that.
be in the RV?
Do not call Ms. Saunders and do not call Dr. Agrusa. Okay, got it. Thank you, truly. I'm trying to add a little humor to somewhat of a dry subject, but it sounds like we have a way forward, and it sounds like you've done a very thorough job, so we appreciate it. And thank you for your volunteer time.
She still has more.
That's all the questions that I have, but we do have a presentation, and thanking you for.
my report.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. Stop.
Sorry.
You got a charter.
She still has more.
My
I can
bad.
skip the rest of the report if you, I know this has gone on for a while, so. Just two quick things. CRI did an audit on the MTC point of sale. And they audited, they audited seven different purchasing areas. 5 of them were fine, no problems. They had 2 findings. They are both rated very low, which is good, which means they have to be addressed, but they're not emergency situations. The first one had to do with the bookstore inventory. It was off by $1,260. However, we know exactly what had happened. There are lanyards that are given to the students at the beginning of each semester. They were counted in the inventory and should not have been. That has been corrected, and CRI has recommended that going forward, they just be much more careful and more frequently do their inventories to make sure that doesn't happen. And management has indicated that they will, in fact, take care of that and implement more frequent and more thorough inventories so that that doesn't happen again. The second finding had to do with bank reconciliations. I know, we get real nervous about that.
Yeah,
The
we
bank
do.
reconciliations are fine. Everything is fine. There's no missing money, life is good. There was no sign off. This is how specific they get about processes. There was no sign off. That has also been done. The sign off process has been put into place. It was in the report, management's response. However, while we're talking about this, management and Ms. Sellers is there saying, wait a minute, finance reviews those reconciliations and then signs off on them. So from our perspective, if that's the process, then maybe this isn't a finding. Again, this is the auditor's report. They have to make that determination. So we've asked them to go back, verify this additional information, and if appropriate, make adjustments to the report. So they will bring that report back again. And that's the process, is to make sure everybody is in agreement more or less, but to make sure that we've dotted all the i's, crossed all the t's, and everything is done properly. That's why you have us. And the last thing, just to say, we annually take a look at charter school audits. We don't have authority over those. We do this on your behalf to alert you if there's anything we see in them. There are 12 charter schools. We read every single one of them, every single page, every single column of numbers. The charter schools are required, just like the district, to have an audit, and they're supposed to be following auditing standards. The audit committee noted that in some of the reports are all different. They choose their own auditors, but all the reports are different. So you can't go across the reports and line them up and say all this information is, coming the same way. The audit committee also says in some cases it appears that they haven't really strictly followed the standards. And we think that's important, that if the standards say there are general auditing principle standards that are used, the district must follow them, everybody uses them, they're supposed to. So we have recommended to you that this district should do a workshop for the charter schools and try to get them to come to an agreement about a more standardized format. It'll make it easier for everybody to review, easier for you. The audit committee can go through them and come back and say, yes, everything is fine. It's hard if all the information is not there to really know if it's a complete audit. The other two things that we did find is there's been a lot of news in the past few weeks about the FDIC and deposits and being covered by insurance because of bank problems. There are 3 charter schools that have indicated in their reports that their deposits exceed the FDIC limit. We strongly recommend that they pay attention to this and see if they can do something different with their deposits so that they don't lose money. I'm not going to suggest that all the banks are going out, but just in case, we want to make sure they're protected. And also, one of the schools did report some investment funds, and again, we think it's important that they be given information about what is and is not an acceptable investment. What they reported to us is simply that there was an investment fund. We can't tell you if it was the right fund or not, but we do think that that's something that should just be shared with the charter schools as good practice to make sure that they're investing properly. And again, that their money is protected because it is for the school. They will have additional discussions about the financial statements in the charter school audits in their July meeting, so there'll be some more information coming back. They're going to take another more thorough look at it. The next meeting of the audit committee is July 12th at 2 p.m. I thank you all for the opportunity to be on this committee. It has been an outstanding experience for me. I think I've helped a little in the finances here. I know the audit committee, working with the board and the district and the auditors, has really helped the financial situation here improve dramatically. They're a great group of people, and for the community, they are unpaid volunteers who bring a tremendous amount of expertise and time to help this board make sure the finances are in good shape. So I thank them for having such a wonderful opportunity. Ms. Foreman was one of the original members. I've had known her for 7.5 years, and it's been a wonderful, wonderful experience. And Ms. Saunders, I hope you have a great retirement.
Good job.
I'm done.
Thank you for your report.
Yeah.
And now we would like
Now
to
I
Now
can
we
stand
can
here.
do it.
Oh.
And now, Dr. Russo, you've been here as long as I've been here.
Yes.
And you've done an amazing job. We couldn't make it in our community, in our district, without volunteers. We're blessed that you have chosen to work diligently for free, and your service will not be unrecognized. So when you're retired and you're off and doing your whatever and not having to deal with problems of finances and pulling us out of the gutter like it was 10 years ago, this is just a small memento to remember all of your work here in Manatee
Thank you
County.
so much.
So thank you
And
very
thank all
much.
of you. I appreciate it.
Okay, I'll get a little
I
short.
have to stand on my toes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, thank you,
Good luck to you.
thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Russo.
Thank you, Dr. Crusoe.
That moves us to item number 10, public comments, which we do not have anyone signed up for general public comments. So we'll move to item number 11, consent items. Superintendent Saunders.
Yes, I recommend the approval of consent agenda for June 27th, 2023.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and vote on the consent items, approval of the consent items. And that passes 5-0. We have no more public comment on new business items, nor do we have any new business pulled from the consent. So it moves us to item number 14, number 1, Superintendent Saunders.
Yes, I recommend the approval of consideration of entering an engagement agreement of outside attorneys in connection with claims for damages associated with social media litigation, including against Facebook, Meta, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, YouTube, and Google, as well as other defendants the attorneys determine appropriate.
So do we have a, I was going to
I'll
go.
move.
Okay. We have a motion,
I'll second.
and we have a second from Ms. Spray. Mr. Dye, would you like to just
Yeah, that's what it's.
elaborate a little bit on what this means?
I am happy to. So I believe I've spoke about entering into this agreement before, and so tonight we actually have the engagement letter ready to be executed by the board. I'll just remind the board, this is the same group of attorneys that you entered into engagement with on the Jewel litigation, which is ongoing. I've had a chance to watch them, work with them on that, and I'm comfortable recommending to the board that you enter into this new engagement regarding the ongoing litigation that they've actually initiated against the social media companies that the superintendent just listed, that we're all aware of. So with that, it's almost identical type of agreement as with the Jewel litigation. It's contingency fee. The district doesn't pay any fees unless there's an award of damages later on down the road. I didn't see any point of delaying this any longer. It's better to get really involved in these cases earlier than later. And because of the fact that we've had a chance to evaluate the firm, I felt it was appropriate to go ahead and recommend that we enter into it.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anyone lit up to, oh, yes I do. I just had a real quick question about when we damages associated with social media litigation, et cetera, is that damages meaning mentally, if someone were to post a video and it goes viral about making fun of someone, I don't know, someone trips and falls and pants fall down.
Right.
I've seen some videos of people on treadmills and falling. So, I mean, is that the kind of litigation that we're talking about?
No, this is actually accusing these companies of doing something a little more sinister, which is making their platforms attractive to young people through use of algorithms, to the point where there are experts saying that it's causing mental health issues, addiction, endorphins, all that stuff. So it's not really any specific one event. It's more of demonstrating that social media is harmful and that it's causing problems with the school districts. So this is not a general case against the companies in general for everybody and causing mental health issues with everybody. It's aimed at the problems it's causing school districts to have to deal with it. Spending extra time and materials and money to deal with it.
Gotcha.
Got it.
Okay, thank you. I had Ms. Messenger and then Mr. Tatum.
That was actually exactly what I wanted to ask you to elaborate on. Essentially what you had just said, that, you know, this isn't about all social media, and it's about it targeting children and then affecting our students, their mental health, their well-being, and how that is affecting our schools. That was all I wanted to make sure was clearly stated about the basis of this, because what's before us is just the agreement, not, and I think you had sent us like the whole, forgive me, I don't know the legal terms, the whole case, the whole thing that they have written up, which really explained a lot more in depth.
The complaint.
Yes, the complaint, sorry, I should know that word, right? Deal with that all the time. But I just wanted to make sure that that was really made clear of the reasoning and the basis for this. That was it. Thank you so much.
Correct.
Mr. Tatum?
So, Mr. Dye, how would you answer the concern that kind of what's happening with these social media companies is that they're no different than, let's say, Kellogg's, who makes cereal? I mean, should we sue Kellogg's because they make sugary cereal, and then the kids get addicted to sugary cereal, and then they get obese, and it causes health problems with them? I mean, to me, the people who are responsible for this are parents or families, whoever is, you know, the guardians of children who give them access to social media and then don't monitor it. And that going after these big companies isn't, I'm having trouble finding the difference, like I said, between, well, let's sue Coca-Cola because they provide sugary, you know, foods and drinks to our kids. Let's sue Frito-Lay or Pepsi or anybody, and that it's just an opportunity to go after these big, huge companies to get money, when really the primary responsibility, this company is not doing anything different than taking their product and marketing it to people. And some of those people are minors, but some of the, you know, cereal is marketed to minors, and sugary drinks are marketed to minors. So how is this some nefarious activity other than we have a product and we're marketing it, and some of the people that we market it to are children, but it's not like tobacco. I was more in favor of the Juul issue, because if you're marketing something like that, a tobacco type product, okay, I can go along with that. But this is just, we have a product, it's social media, it's out there, we're marketing it to people, some of them are minors. If the parents aren't monitoring it, it's not our fault. How would you address that concern?
Yeah, I agree with some of the examples you gave. You might be giving lawyers ideas out there, the sugar industry. But that's a good point. What's interesting about this issue in this case is it also ties into just use of the cell phone and devices in schools. And if they weren't allowed by the district or by parents, not allowing them, you could argue, well, then my child isn't being subjected to these harmful, software or whatever you want to characterize it as. So the attorneys may not be successful, but there's no financial risk to the district in participating in it. I think they're aware that, well, Florida, being on the forefront of a lot of things, has recently passed legislation to try to limit use of cell phones in the classroom. And I think you may see more of that. Will that diminish their case against the social media companies? I think that's a wait and see thing. But to me, I would hate to see the district not participate in this litigation and there be a award of damages that is proven to be the responsibility of these companies. And they have to prove that it's, in a court, or the companies settle, because they're afraid of an even bigger award. So they have to prove that it is causing districts harm and expending resources and causing mental health issues that the districts are having to deal with. So they have to prove it. So with the lack of financial responsibility that we have in enjoining, and the fact that they may be successful, I'd hate to see the district not participate in it. And I think from what I've seen, these law firms, which are the ones that actually file the suits, they're not just on the outside looking in. I think they're the correct group to be with.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
And the concern I have with that is I understand that you're trying to do your job and represent the district, but when I hear verbiage as, well, we could get a pretty significant chunk of money for the district, and it would be a shame not to get it. I'm for getting more money for the district when it's possible, but I'm just not sure ethically that, based on the concerns that I said, that we're doing the right thing here. So I'm not going to be able to support it, because I believe the primary responsibility for this belongs with families and with guardians, and I don't see this as being any different than Coca-Cola or Kellogg's, who makes Lucky Charms, whoever makes them. And at some point we just have to go, look, this could be a big pot of money, but we're not going to just, this contributes to the litigiousness of society. That's how I view it. So I've made my point. Thank you for your comments on that. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Spray?
Okay. To some of your comments, Mr. Tatum, the one thing that social media does not do is put a warning label on their apps. They don't send parents notifications if they're into something that they shouldn't be into. And it is, I think there's a lot of damage being done by these companies, and they are targeting our kids through algorithms and other things. I mean, look what Juul did. They made smoking with devices, they glorified that. I believe that these big companies are targeting our kids, and then the districts are having to pick up the broken pieces. That's the way I feel. I mean, I remember seeing a story. It was a public story all over I think it was actually national. A girl who committed suicide by jumping off of a water tower because somebody bullied her on social media. We're all juveniles at one point in our life, and we're going to do things that necessarily our parents don't know about. And social media is one of those big platforms that kids can do things, and it's, back in the day it was sneak out of the house after the parents went to sleep. Now it's stay up and look at social media and get into things kids shouldn't get into. I'm all about freedom of speech. I'm all about people can choose what they do. However, I think that these companies have gone beyond their boundaries to put safeguards in for the youth that looks at social media. I was fortunate enough to have some grandchildren that was not even allowed to have social media until they were in high school. So they went through their younger years unscathed, I guess you could say. And it is a parental choice to let a child have a cell phone and have access to these social media sites. But I do believe there is I mean, just look at the story you heard in New York, what was going on. We're coming after your children. I believe that's what's happening with a lot of the social media platforms, and it worries me. And we don't know the extent of damages that social media has done. I mean, we have all of these behavioral specialists that we're paying. We have all of these other kinds of tools that we are trying to deal with the effects. What would be my ultimate thing would be no cell phones in a classroom. So there is no video of a student beating up another student in a bathroom and sharing it all over the place. And again, how does social media cut that out? Well, they have people out there that can actually look at things like that, and they still allow it and don't take things that have been pre-bad down. So I am more, I support this for that reason. We don't know the extent of the damage. I kind of have a good idea, just look at some of the videos that are out there. So I would say this should be something we should look at, because we're having to pick up, like I said, the pieces of the broken lives that social media has done to our students. And I think that there should be a financial responsibility to the districts that are going to take part in this, and get the phones out of the classroom if we could all possible. I know I'd probably get a lot of heat for that, but yeah, anyway, that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Mr. Tatum brings up a good point. Kind of where does it stop, right? Where does the responsibility stop? For me, this falls into, and Mr. Dye, if you can maybe elaborate, it's the unknowingness of the user and the algorithm that's a part of it, to me, that's stemming this lawsuit, that we know that eating too much sugar, what it does, and we know that they put a cartoon tiger on the front to get kids to say, oh yeah, we want Frosted Flakes. But I think the problem with the social media stuff is we didn't know they were doing algorithms behind the scene. We didn't know they were pushing things to the forefront to us to look at and see until it kind of came up and exposed. And so I just want to make sure, is that why, and then obviously that does create damage, psychologically, et cetera, but is that why they even may have a shot? Because we didn't know they were even doing that to us? I don't.
Yeah, if y'all recall from your own experience, social media was becoming stale around 2015, 2016, and actually Facebook and some of these other big ones were starting to decline, the usage. And then all of a sudden, it ramped up. And you probably started noticing yourself that if you participated in social media, it sort of was following you and was suggesting you were getting things that you were interested in. And that wasn't happening before then. So one of the foundations of the case is that these companies actually changed how the software operates to interface with the user, and they started targeting children to get them more addicted to using this media. So it's kind of interesting in that way. And that's one of the main basis of the argument is that it wasn't just sort of a operation where it just put out this information kind of the same for everybody. It's that they to make more money, started to target children to get more interaction, and then that derives more income through the advertising. So if they can't establish that, but they're confident they can, and they're particularly targeting females who spend way more time on social media, I think, than young males do. So it's interesting stuff, but y'all may recall that you may realize your own phone, your own experience in social media kind of changed in that same time period, and you started noticing that if the more you interact with it, the more it kind of interacts with you and actually targets things you've looked at, read, seen, talked about. And so that's the basis of the case. It's pretty scientific stuff, and it's interesting.
I have Mr. Tatum and then Ms. Foreman.
So what you just described to me I would call sophisticated marketing. You know, we used to get coupons in the mail, and people would target us based on, I don't know, our demographics or something, but now they just figured out how to do marketing. I mean, let's realize too that social media has a lot of positive effects, things like FaceTime, where if your child is off at college, I mean, there was a time when I went to college where if you called back home to your parents to talk on a phone without video, it was, you know, you had to pay long distance phone calls. And now with FaceTime, you can just get on your phone for free and go on WhatsApp and sit right there, and your child's on the other side of the world. Your child could be going to school in Peking, and, you know, and you get to have interaction and FaceTime. So to me, this social media is a product, and the companies are marketing it. They market it to adults, they market it to children. It has good effects, it has bad effects. It's just like if I drink a Coca-Cola once a week, that's probably okay. If I drink 10 Coca-Colas a week, that's not okay, but it's not Coca-Cola's fault. Or if a kid drinks 10 Coca-Colas a week, it's not Coca-Cola's fault that the kid's drinking 10 Cokes a week. And, you know, Ms. Spray, you made the point about we don't know what kids are doing, so the companies are somehow responsible. Well, you know, again, before social media, if my parents gave me a $20 bill for an allowance and said, here's your $20 bill, I could go out and buy 100 Snickers bars and consume them without my parents knowing it. I mean, should we sue the candy companies and the soft drink companies and, I don't know, toy companies? And I mean, my parents didn't know before there was social media what was going on. If they gave me an allowance, I could go out and buy whatever I wanted. And if I had 20 Snickers bars a week, that was what I spent my money on. So I just, you know, these social media companies is not necessarily a nefarious product. They've just figured out an advanced marketing way to do this based on current technology that we have. And I'm just making those points. I probably made my points. I don't need to say much more, but I'm done speaking. So thanks.
I'm leaning toward Mr. Tatum because I really detest the litigious society that we have. People are always quick to blame someone else for something bad happening to them. The ultimate purpose of this suit, I have to ask myself, will it make these social media sites stop? And I think without regulation from the government, I don't think that's going to happen. They make money doing this. So, so if it's not going to stop, they're still going on social media at home or outside the school. So it's still going to be going on. Will it help? I don't think anybody could ever document that. But it reminds me in a way, and I know it's two totally different things, but the BP oil spill. I don't know if you guys recall that out in the Gulf. We had people all over Florida going, yep, there's a pot of money and I'm signing up for it, whether they really had damages or not. And we've had insurance fraud, you know, where roofers are coming and saying, hey, you know, there's a big pot of money here, we can get you a new roof because we had a hurricane come through 5 years ago. Ethically, I agree. We need to take responsibility for ourselves. Our parents need to take responsibility for their children. I think it'll be a healthy thing when cell phones aren't allowed at school. I don't see this accomplishing what we want. All I see it is being a revenue source. And you know me, I love revenue, but not this way, so.
I have no one else but up to speak at this current moment. So I believe we had a motion made a second. So we can go ahead and vote on the consideration of entering into an engagement agreement of outside attorneys in connection with claims for damages associated with social media litigation, including Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, etc. And
I'm struggling, I'm sorry.
there's no time.
You can vote however you want.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Vote your conscience.
I'm gonna vote.
All right, and that fails. One yes vote coming from Ms. Messenger, 4 no votes coming from Ms. Foreman, Mr. Choate, Ms. Spray, and Mr. Tatum. Moving on to item number 2 under new business non-consent. Superintendent Saunders.
Yes, I recommend the approval to purchase subscription and services to paper educational support system for online tutoring, SDMC number 24-0057-RG, estimated in the amount of $514,300.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. And Superintendent, would you just like to elaborate on what this subscription is?
Certainly, Dr. Wagner and myself have been working on this contract for a little bit of time. I met this vendor at a superintendent conference, and what they provide is individual online tutoring services for students that may need help in multiple languages, multiple subjects. And we have entered into this agreement with our secondary schools, predominantly high school, to see if those students that may need a little bit more attention beyond the student day, beyond their teacher, they will no longer have to pay for tutoring services, but it will be provided to them at no cost. It also provides ACT, SAT prep. It also provides a vocational component. Mr. Wagner can speak a little bit more to that if you're interested. But we felt like a couple of districts had started on this journey, and it's certainly worth us pursuing to see. It's a one-year contract to see if it's going to help in our students to find that extra resource valuable.
Thank you. Real quick before we get to the speakers, this is very similar. It seems like what Ms. Foreman and I sat in on with, I forget the company. Don't remember the company.
But that was elementary school.
That's right. So when this was presented, it was something that I know we were like, oh, this is great. The biggest question that I have is the implementation of this to the kids, to the students. How are they going to know about it? How do we use it in the classroom with teachers? The presentation that Ms. Foreman and I sat in on, and it was elementary, you're absolutely right, because they talked about, breaking, let's say, your students that needed more help reading, let's just say. And so you break those 4 or 5 students up. Well, what happens to the other 15 in the classroom, right? And if they had a question, the teacher is consumed with the 4 or 5 that they're helping, trying to get back to reading. What happens if Chad has a question and the teacher's consumed? So they started to do that where they could go to the computer, put in the question, get to someone if they actually wanted to. They can obviously do it from home, etc. So I'm all for this. I think this is fantastic. I just want to know if we're going to do it, let's do it big. Like, let's make sure it's out. Everybody knows about it. how are we going to do that? What's implementation going to look like?
And that was my biggest concern. The concept and the idea is great. Absolutely. I could have students that maybe they like to study at 2 a.m. The great thing about this is the students and the individual tutor set the schedule on their time. But how are they going to know about it? How are the teachers in the classroom going to know about the service so they can promote it as well? So the onus is on the company. They do have a whole marketing plan to come out to each school to make sure that they train the students, they train the teachers. It's been completely vetted through security because we have all those safety and security protocols you must go through for any interaction for children. I will tell you, and actually, Mr. Wagner, I'd like you to speak to this. Mr. Wagner has a high school student, and we had his daughter try it out, and his family try it out in a pilot stage just to see, will somebody be there, So why don't you go to the mic and give your vetting process.
I can, absolutely, and I would like to think that my kids are not unique from anyone else's. They're in our public schools, and they play sports, they work, they're busy, they have life going on as well. And this product is available 24/7. It's not a artificial intelligence, it's not a robot, it's not a YouTube thing. These are actually real tutors on the end of the other end of the communications, providing tutoring and services to our students who need help. It's not their curriculum, it's our curriculum. If my daughter needed help with a math problem, it's our math problem from Manatee County School District. And it's not showing her the answer, it's showing her how to do the problem and learning how to do it. So learning how to do the problem that she was working on so she could do better. They have over 250 different subjects that they offer also. And like the superintendent said, it's not just in English, as we know that that's not the only language that's spoken here in our community as well. So it's other languages. They have thousands and thousands of tutors. And what was interesting is when we were vetting this company is that only 4%, they only pick 4% of the applicants to be tutors are selected and onboarded with this company. So they're not picking everybody who applies, it's only the top 4%. And they have to have experience, 1 year experience tutoring or 1 year experience teaching. So for us, it worked great, and it's something that our students are busy, and why we think this will work is because students nowadays are so busy they can't set a schedule to say, all right, next Tuesday at 6 o'clock I'm going to get online and let's set up a tutoring session with somebody. That's not this program. This program is you click the button and you're automatically online. They answer. They're right there with you. The company records the conversations also, and so everything is being documented. They screen their tutors, so we think this is going to be a great addition to our school system.
Thank you.
Very good,
Ms.
thank you.
Ray, you had a question, and then Mr. Tatum.
I don't have any questions for Mr. Wagner. I just have several comments about this whole item. It was originally on consent. I do want to point that out, and I had that pulled down to new business, or, to non-consent. I have a couple of concerns with this program. One, it's only for high school, and the price tag is so high. And I need the board to understand that we have a lot of teachers in our district that does tutoring. This is going to cut their secondary revenue source. So that's a concern for me. I'm just really worried about this, and everybody can put the pretty paper and the pretty words to a program. It's free to this, but it's not. It's $514,300 for a 1 year term for high schools only. I would like to see a price tag like that for a program for the elementary level. That's, would be something, and I'm gonna probably hear, oh, we have that program, we have this, we have that. But I just have a hard time supporting this because I can see the other side, that some of our teachers that do tutoring, that revenue stream is gonna be cut. It's only limited to high schoolers. I said all along, we need to focus more on the elementary levels. And I understand we have programs already in place for students to go to get support. And not everybody can afford a tutor, and that was an argument that was, brought to my attention. Well, I understand that too, but how many programs do we have that deal with high school students? And how much money do we spend on high school students to get them into the workforce, to get them into college or into a skilled trade environment? But this is just, we can run into vendors. I get emails from vendors all the time. They're selling a product. That's what they're paid to do, is sell a product. Is that product gonna help our student? Most of them are. I looked at all the documents with this. Mr. Wagner said that only 4% of their tutors are even accepted to be a tutor. Okay, well, where are all the tutors from? Are they in our country or another country? Who knows? It's when you call for support services, who are you getting? We don't know. I'm just not a supporter of this based on, it's just something that is thrown at us, and I've looked at it and tried to look at the company, and I just feel that it's gonna hurt some of the teachers that do tutoring, after-school tutoring, weekend tutoring, the 2 o'clock in the morning thing. Yeah, I get that, but I don't know. There are very few students that I know that would be online at 2 o'clock in the morning, maybe during testing for college exams or whatever, or pre-college, whatever. But it's a sticker shock to me that this service for 1 year for just high school is over $500,000. It's just, I just don't know if I can do that. But that's why I wanted to pull it from the consent, so we could at least have a conversation about it.
Thank you. Mr. Tatum, and then Ms. Foreman.
So, Mr. Wagner, could you address the vocational aspects of this program, please? Apparently there's I could get on there and someone could help me change a light fixture or an outlet or something. I'm just kind of joking around, but that'd be great if
I know. They have another component besides the tutoring. They have a software program called, or a component called Major Clarity, which engages students to help them decide on careers, on what they want to do when they have a career, and it goes through and it has links to programs that are here offered locally in our post-secondary and our careers. So it's not just career only. I mean, we know a large percent of our students go on to post-secondary education, which is great. And so it's a program that does that as well. So it's not just the tutoring component, it's also the careers, which can be college and or career,
So it's
of
a
course.
career counseling, it's like a career.
It's more like a career exploration where they can have, they set it up with local post-secondary schools and then also local companies that are here as well, so students can learn about it. There's a lot besides students just saying, I want to be work in the healthcare. I mean, there's a lot when students say healthcare, it's nice for them to go through and understand what are all the careers in the healthcare. It's not just all being a doctor or a nurse. There are so many. And so programs like this offer more education for students to go through and learn about different career aspects.
So that's not like an actual person. There's not like a career counselor, live human being on the other end to talk about these things? It's more like maybe watch some videos and read some documents and just walk you through.
Yep, and work on what do you want to do. I mean, there's a lot that goes into students understanding what do they want to do when they grow up. So it's about exploration, and it's not the only, and like Ms. Spray's talking about, it's not the only components we have for students here learning about careers. Our teachers do a great job talking about careers. They weave that into what they do every day when the career components come up.
Do we have an estimate of the number, or maybe the company, hey, if you have a district of 45,000 students and you do our program for a year, there will be X number of interactions, tutoring interactions or tutoring sessions. Is that
We are able to pull reports and see actually what is the return on investment. Because, yeah, it's great, but it's only great if students use it, if they know about it, and if they see a benefit from it. They do have data from other districts that have used it. Our 9 through 12 population is somewhere in the neighborhood 12 to 15,000 students. Okay. So it's how many we will be able to run reports by school to just see that feedback so that we can track the effectiveness. If it is effective, if we are seeing improvements of grades, credits earned, we will be able to go back and see if it has been a worthwhile investment. And if it is, I think you go back to the board the following year for a continuation. It does go into lower grades, but remember, for students to have self-discipline to go in on their own without their parents needing to assist them, that's why it was picked for this year to be a pilot of just high school. We wanted to see really what is going to be the impact, what is going to be the use, and then we can explore if we want to expand or continue it for years to come.
So do we know that number? I guess I have my calculator up in front of me. So if you take, 500,000.
$36 a student.
Yeah, 39.
If we have 14,000, so I did 14,000.
It's $39. It's in the contract.
$39.
Okay. So it's $39 every time a student logs on?
No, it's $39 per student, just what the chairman is talking about. So if you took the number of students we put in for 13,700 high school students. Okay. We're talking about our public schools here in Manatee County. So 13,007 divided by, it comes out to $39 about a student. So
do they have an estimate of how many, like in a similar size group of students, how many, on an annual basis, how many kids actually, how many sessions are there? 1,000, 2,500, 3,000? I don't know if that information is available.
Remember, you can use it for any subject as frequently as you want.
Right.
So a student has a class of 7 courses in a schedule.
Yeah.
So if they need help in every content, every day of the week, they can go on there. They don't have a limited number of interactions with a tutor. So it's unlimited use for them. So it really depends on the frequency of need and them determining if going on there is really making a difference for them. We definitely have kids in AP and IB and higher level courses that beyond the student day, they may need a little extra assistance. Yes, they could, if their parents have the money, pay for a tutor, but this gives every child an opportunity to have assistance without having to financially pay for it.
I guess the number I'm trying to get at is, let's say, so if it's roughly $500,000, if 1,000 students use it during a year, that's $500 a session. That's pretty pricey. If 10,000 kids use it a year, if they're not kids, if there are 10,000 sessions, which one student may use it more than once, I'm not worried about the number of students. I'd like to know the number of sessions. If it's 10,000 kids a year, and then it's only $50 a session, that seems to me a little more bang for buck. But if it's 1,000 sessions and we're paying $500 for a math student to log on and say, help me with 4 math problems, do we have that information?
So here, let me just give you some examples. So here's some things. So obviously, we don't know what questions you're going to ask, but just as one example, so Clark County is a large school system in Nevada. They had 26,000 tutoring sessions in the year that they did it. 26,000. They had 5,200 essays reviewed, or letters, or college applications, or whatever. So obviously, we don't have all the data to know how many students participate, what grades are they in, how many students are signed up. So I don't know, but it's thousands of we're not doing this just for 100 sessions or 200 sessions. I mean, that's not the intent. The intent was really to give 24/7 tutoring to all of our students, regardless of their economic status. Everybody can have help whenever they need it here in Manatee County. Other school districts use it in the state of Florida also. They've renewed it. They've used it multiple years. Palm Beach, Hillsborough County, Martin County, Okeechobee, Putnam County. So they've renewed it. They're happy with the activity. But again, like the superintendent's saying, this is a pilot. We hear you. Why can't we do it at the middle school? Why can't we push it down to the elementary school? We hear what you're saying. The idea was really to have a pilot for 1 year, give updates to the board every quarter, every month, every week, however you would like it, so you could see the utilization of it. If it's something you like and you think it's great, push it forward. Put a do it for middle school and high school. You all decide, but this is just a way to get to try it out, because there are a lot of students out there who need extra help. It's hard to get sometimes help from, sometimes the parents can't help the students either. I mean, our parents are busy. I can speak for myself. I'm busy. It's hard to help my own students with their homework or help them understand a concept. So,
well, it's a great idea. I mean, the more individual attention a student can get, the better. I agree with you. The point is, like I said, are we paying $500? And I know you don't know everything I'm going to ask. I don't expect you to be up here with like the encyclopedia. But let's go back for a second. So you did say that other districts have used it. Large districts, bigger or our size or bigger, and have renewed their
They have, yeah. So like Hillsborough County's in their 3rd year. Palm Beach is way larger than us. They're in their 3rd year. They've had success with it. And then there's small districts. Putnam County is small. Martin County is a little bit smaller than us. Okeechobee's smaller. They've used it for multiple years and have had success. We're just trying to give all of our students access to help with their academic subjects.
I hear what you
make it available. That's what we're trying to do. It's just a pilot for 1 year, and let's see. I truly think it's something that has merit, that will be well worth it here in Manatee County.
Okay, but you understand, at least from my perspective, and maybe from Ms. Price too, and we haven't heard from the others yet, that there is a cost-benefit analysis to it. If it's, like I said, if we do 1,000 sessions in a year and it's $500 each, I think, ooh, gee, that
would be bad. Right?
That would be bad. If it's 10,000 sessions and we're paying $50 a session, okay, that's good. And then, we will have to see how will we measure this? I'm trying to go through in my head, okay, how are we going to actually show that this is having an effect? We can say, yeah, there were 10,000 sessions. We only paid $50 a session. Great. 10,000 kids got tutoring. Okay, that's good. But how will we have metrics to actually show that this is having an effect? What do you think? Can you?
Each quarter, we track the number of students that are credit deficient or GPA deficient.
Okay.
So the expectation is you should see an improvement by school, by quarter, upon the use of this service. Because if they're getting help, the premise is that you're not going to fail the course. Hopefully you make a higher grade in the course. And that is the expectation of the measurable outcome. And I think you try it for a year. If you see a good return on your investment and improvement academically, again, by GPA or credits earned, then you can say it was worth the investment. But we don't know yet, other than others have used it, have renewed it, and have spoke favorably. But I do think if you do not see that it's a good return on your investment, you're 100% correct. You shouldn't renew it. But I know there are many students that, for a variety of reasons, cannot get assistance directly after school. So instead of going to YouTube, this is a licensed tutor that should be more equipped to help them.
Again, I'm thinking through statistically, and you were a math teacher at one time, so how would you even know, correlation and causation are two different things. So there are 10,000 sessions, the metrics go up, but then if you really dug in, you might find out that of those 10,000 sessions, only 100 of them were actually students that improved, and the other students that improved because, I don't know, we had better teachers, or other programs are kicking in, they got extra tutoring on the side on top of this. I mean, how would you really correlate causation with cause and effect rather than just saying, well, there were 10,000 sessions, grades went up, there must be some nexus between the two, but we really don't know what it is other than we did this and that happened. Do you understand what I'm saying? Just because there's correlation and causation. Correlation
We will
is,
know if those students were on tutoring.
okay, that's what I'm
We will be able to look at their grades the
That's what I'm
prior year,
Okay.
and we will be able to track that specific outcome.
And you can look at Chad in Algebra 1 didn't pass. Chad didn't have that. Chad now is logged in 10 times, 15 times, 20 times. In geometry or in Algebra 1 again because he has to retake it, and now he's passing. You know what I mean? Like, you could make a connection.
that's what I want to know. We'll be able to get down to the
You will be
granular
able
level.
to get directly, they will be able to give us reports by student and how many times they've logged in and the courses, so we can go back the prior year to see what their GPA credits earned, et cetera, and see if it has moved the needle. So, and that's what I would expect to look at as determining it being an effective support tool, because that's what it is. It's a support tool to move the needle. And you also want to look at the cost. If 500 kids used it and they all improved, but it cost the district a lot of money, you would have to evaluate, is it worth the investment? But we definitely can track the data as you're describing to give you a positive outcome or a negative outcome.
And that makes me feel a little better. I just didn't want it to be, hey, we had 10,000 sessions, and then in the aggregate, high school grades got better, and we go, well, that's causation. We had 10,000 sessions, grades went up, that's causation. Well, we don't know why that happened, but if we can get down to the level where we say, Johnny Smith was in 9th grade, he was failing algebra, he took 10 sessions, his grade went up and he passed, that makes me feel a little more.
It's a contributing factor. Again, it's not the only factor,
Right.
but it would be, you could say it is a contributing factor.
Okay, all right, that makes me feel a lot better, I appreciate it.
And to add to that, what the superintendent's saying is correct, is also, it's not just a 1-minute session.
Right.
They're online as long as you need help with this, whatever problems you have or whatever you're learning about.
Sure.
And what we thought was important too is that the tutors they're not paid by each session. They're paid by the hour. They're paid by the time. So they're not rushing you off. If I'm asking a math problem and it takes me an hour to understand it, no one's rushing you off in 5 seconds so they can get another session and another session and another session and drive those up. So it's not just the session, it can be the time too. That could be another analytic that you would like to look at to see where are we, not only how many sessions, how many minutes, how many hours.
Well, I'm glad
That needs to be part of it, so.
I'm glad that Ms. Frey brought this and we're having a discussion about it. I think my position is I'm willing to try it for a year and see what the results are. I feel a little better knowing that, number one, we can get down to the granular level to look at a student, how many sessions, and see if there was great improvement. Number two, the fact that other districts have used it and have renewed the contract, that makes me feel a little better about it too. So at least I'll vote for it for a year. So.
And our assessment department is observing the meeting, and they will know that they will be needing to give you a regular reports, I'd say quarterly, on the effectiveness of the product.
Thank you. Ms. Foreman?
I thank you for your questions about the metrics, because I think that is very important. We shouldn't be evaluating based on the number of sessions or the number of students that are using it, but the outcome of their grades, and I fully support that. And as far as doing high school versus the others, I'm not sure that with this company that success in high school would correlate with success in elementary. I think it's a whole different dynamic. In high school, the students hopefully are old enough and responsible enough to go, hey, I need help with this, and to initiate it. In elementary school, it's going to have to be teacher initiated, and that was the program that we were listening to. And they are going to be evaluating those students in those classes by the student, you know. So they promised me the data when the grades come out. So I'll be really curious to see that, because I would love to see something like this for elementary, but it's got to be teacher driven. So anyway. And now the teachers are going to be able to pull the reports on their students?
I believe they are, but also this teachers have to also be promoting and supporting and letting the students know that it's aware.
Right, exactly.
But they will
You know,
have access to know if their children are getting help and so forth as well.
Right, if Chad's having problems in geometry,
know.
yeah, I'm with you on that. But, yeah, then the teacher should be able to pull a report and go, hey, Chad, this is available. You need to do this, and I expect you to get some help.
Right.
And so that's important. So, okay, great. Thank you.
I think two things that are ways that this needs to be used. One, going back to coaching background, I can't tell you how many kids could have left and maybe changed their lives by getting a free education in college, and they didn't because of grades, right? A lot of it happens going from 8th grade to 9th grade, and you get set back in 9th grade, and sometimes you just can't catch up because you did so poorly in 9th grade. And I can't tell you how many times we've had kids come in during the summertime and use our computers at their weightlifting to take Florida Virtual or take Manatee Virtual classes to catch back up to their GPA. So I know of pro sports programs that say, hey, we're going to do a 30-minute studies hall before practice, etc. Instead of just allowing kids to go in there and sit and do whatever, you could potentially go into the library for 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour, whatever you want to designate as a coaching staff, and say, get on the computer and go ask questions. Now, some kids are going to say, hey, I've got it. You've got a 4.0. You know the kids that you're going to need to say, hey, do this, and this is available. So to me, I think, as a coaching staff, you didn't know other than what you were teaching and try to help kids, but teachers also sometimes don't want to stay around. They got to go do other things. They got family, etc. I think this is a tool that could help, especially from an athletic standpoint. And I'm not just saying athletics, any student who wants to use it, of course, but from me coming from that background, this would have been something that would have been used, and this would have been tremendous. I say as a parent, there's some calculus questions and things like that I remember hunting. We're sitting there on Khan Academy, which is great tool, but you can't ask Dr. Khan anything. It's just a video. So I think that athletically and in the sports realm, I think it'd be huge. Second thing is from the vocational standpoint, I would love to almost make this be a 9th grade mandatory. You've got to do this virtual looking in what you want to do career-wise. And I know those things are kind of corny, and you do those, here's my personality ratings, and I'm a this, I'm a that. But if we can set kids up to what they believe their future, they believe what they want to do. They want to get into technology. They want to get into software. They want to go to be a doctor, whatever. In the beginning of 9th grade, now they know what they can do moving forward. Unfortunately, I don't think we have enough staff to meet with 13,000, 14,000 kids to go through career and college readiness and that sort of thing. So for $39 a kid, I think we're going to be surprised. I think we would get utilization out of this. With that, Ms. Spray was up, and then Mr. Chan.
Again, it's the unknowns. We don't know what this is going to do. We can only go by what other districts have reported. I don't even know what the renewal rate will be for this. 500, this much money, what is a renewal going to be? We don't even know what that would even look like. So this might be, it's a one and done thing, but then we say, it's great. What is it? Renewal is going to be a lot more money, because then it's going to come back to us and say, it worked in high school, let's expand it to middle now. So this price tag is just the beginning. It's going to get bigger as we move forward if we do this. I'm just forewarning the district and everybody else. This is just the entry level price tag. It's gonna get bigger, and I'm afraid of that. And I never insinuated that this program should be for elementary students. I don't think it's probably tailored to elementary for 2 o'clock in the morning tutors. They're usually in bed by 8 o'clock in the evening, I'm sure. Ms. Messenger can attest to that. So I'm sure there's to me, I still have to stand my ground on, we're putting so much effort into the upper level of our education system and not down at the elementary level. When we have students that are, you know, we test them in 3rd grade, and I have the scores, you know, we move the needle here and there a little bit, but not enough in my opinion. And to keep, you know, I can just hear people, oh no, here goes another program. Here we are, we're gonna add another program. Teachers are gonna have to learn about it, train students on it. It's just another program we're gonna have to deal with. Is it gonna be a good one or a bad one? Only time will tell on that. But I just think it's an awful big price tag for, well, they have on the contract $13,700. And then again, how many of those students are actually gonna use it? We don't know. Do we have any historical data on how many students use it in the other counties? I can't see that. I guess I need a better sell. Maybe that's what I need. I need to have a better sell. If I could have looked at the program and said, oh yeah, that probably would be beneficial, but we didn't. We just get the price tag. And this is what we need to do, and that's, I just don't know if I can support it.
Mr. Tatum?
So a couple more questions. I think this is for you, Ms. Saunders. Number one, can you address the concern brought up by Ms. Spray about some of our teachers who do tutoring on the side, that how this might impact that tutoring?
Well, we do not monitor or control any outside tutoring if teachers are doing that for pay or not for pay. I know many teachers are willing to stay after and help kids individually or as a group. That all can continue. This does not take the place of that. It's just giving one additional tool for students and parents if they're not getting enough help at school and they may not have money to pay for a tutor or to get additional services. But all those things can continue. This is just an add-on for those that really, and if I were a student that I had a teacher that I felt comfortable and was tutoring me, I would continue that path, right. And especially if it worked for me. This really is addressing those that aren't really receiving that, or that's not working out for them.
That makes sense. And I understand that. And, you know, to some degree, too, when technology comes along, and it's like the horse and buggy and the car came along, you know, I mean, if we have technology and it's useful to the children, and, you know, I don't know any of our local teachers that want to be up at 2 o'clock in the morning doing algebra tutoring, but if there's someone available on the planet that can, and okay, good. So that's technology. That's that social media we were talking about again. It has positive effects too.
You know, many students, high school students particularly, work after school.
Right.
So this gives them the flexibility to get online with a human, a teacher, you know, at their time availability.
Right. I mean, not that I ever pulled an all-nighter in college, but I know other people that did, you know, to get an essay done or something like that. So the second question I have is, it is, you know, $500,000 is a significant amount of money. So how do we go about, you know, we have a budget, and then, you know, I have a budget at my house, and then someone comes to knocks on my door and says, hey, we'd like to repaint your house with this cool new paint, because what it does is it insulates your house better, and so you'll save on your electricity. But well, actually, solar is a good idea, right? The solar guys come around and they go, hey, you know, if you put solar panels on your house, it'll save you on your electricity bill. You'll sell it back to the electric company, and your electricity will be free, and it's only $35,000. And I say, okay, how long is it going to take me to pay that back? 25 years. So now I got to decide, in my budget, where is this $35,000 going to come from to pay for the solar panels? Sounds like a good idea. Might be a good idea. Sell back electricity, and then I don't have to pay for it. So how do we, when this kind of money comes up, I mean, it's not $5,000, it's $500,000. When we decide to buy a product like this, and it's a significant chunk of money, is there like a reserve pot of money we have for these type of, and I don't use this word.
There's always reserve. I'm trying to look at that because I do believe we took it out of ESSER money, didn't we? We took this out of our millage money for after-school tutoring.
You said ESSER and then you said millage.
Yes, I wasn't sure which one because we went back and forth.
Okay.
It wasn't written in our ESSER grant
Okay.
originally, so we would have had to amend it to the state.
Okay.
But what we do is go through, if we find that we have a need, and we certainly have students that did not graduate in May because they were credit deficient and GPA deficient.
Okay.
So they're struggling to make it over the summer to make sure that they graduate. It is a factor and an issue for some of our students.
Okay.
So we know that we had an issue. Then we go look for a product or solutions that could help improve that.
Okay.
Trying to move the needle. We found this vendor, we vetted it with the whole team, looked at it, researched that it had been in other districts, felt that it could possibly be a solution. We won't know till we try it, but it's a possibility. And then we go look for funding sources. Well, it's not a core curriculum. It is after-school tutoring, dropout prevention type work. So we do have a few categorical funding sources for that. We do have SAI from the state, supplemental academic instruction, that you could have used as dropout prevention. We do have millage. We do have ESSER. So we do have 3 supplemental services. Then you just go back and see which one does it fit that we have the money for that we can use for the next year. So that's how we come up with those decisions. Okay. Just like, when we're looking for 3rd grade reading and some other thing, and we did add, in the comprehensive reading plan, we partnered, remember, with a lot of staff development and training. That was a pretty big ticket item with the University of Florida to make sure we're improving and doing some things differently next year. So you really should evaluate your holes or your gaps and come up with different solutions the next year, hoping to change those outcomes. So at the end of this year, I think we will determine, this $514,000, was it a good use of investment? How many people used it? What were the outcomes? And should we continue the service or not? I will tell you, and we've spoke about this before, Accoletics is an example that's quite costly. It's a math supplement. It's not our core, it's a supplement. We use it elementary, middle, and high, but you get a very good return on your investment.
What's that program called again?
Accoletics.
Accoletics, okay. All right, and it's a, what does that?
It's a math support curriculum.
Okay.
So we don't know if this is going to give us results like that, but it's something that we do have a need. We do have money for it. And we're coming to the board hoping to try it for next year. And then I think the team will have to evaluate its effectiveness.
Okay, when you say millage money, you're talking about the 1 mil?
Yes. Yes.
The 4
The
years?
schools all are given support for tutoring for kind of dropout prevention.
Okay.
There's a piece of that they get each year for after school support. That would be used for the high schools.
Okay.
So they would use their piece to contribute to this.
Okay, and that's the 1 mil that was voted on in 2021, or? I'm just trying to figure out.
When did we vote on it?
2021.
21, yeah.
21.
Yes.
So it's the 1 mil, okay.
Yes.
I'm just thinking through the categories there, what it was for teacher pay and bus driver pay, and then there was charter school, and then, but there was something in there.
Academic, yeah, there's a big academic learning piece. So each school gets some after-school tutoring for dropout prevention to help academic success.
Okay.
that they can use for that.
Okay, and then just for my education, SAI, would you tell me what that acronym means? Or SAI, I think is what you said.
Yes, it's, I said it a minute ago, supplement academic instructional monies, and it's a categorical funding source from the state.
So that's above the BSA. It's a
Now, this next year, they've put it in, but it was a separate component.
So it's either use or, I don't know if it's use or lose, but it's either
Correct.
use or it sits there.
You're correct.
It's got to be used,
And for that type of purpose,
and for that type of purpose, right?
yes.
In the federal government, it was use or lose. They would all take it back. But do we get to carry over that kind of stuff if we don't use it?
The ESSER, you only get to carry until the fall, September of '24.
Right.
And if you have any unspent money, it's gone.
Federal. But what about the state categoricals? Do you get to,
Some of those you can carry forward. It depends. Some you can, but can only be used for those specific purposes.
but then some go back to the state if you don't use them?
Some grants and so forth go back to the state.
Okay. Thank you for the education.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. I don't see any other names lit up, so let's go ahead and vote on the approval to purchase subscription services, paper education support system for online tutoring. And that passes 4-1 with Ms. Spray as the one no vote. And with that, we're past our hour and a half, so I'm going to take a 5-minute recess. And welcome back from a much-needed recess. Pushing us into item number 15, new business, no superintendent recommendation. Item number 1, appointment of advocacy committee member and alternate for Florida School Board Association. I believe, Ms. Foreman, you want to discuss this. Came about from FSBA this last meeting. And I know we have a legislative advocacy committee, which I am from the board, the representative. But we didn't have, I don't think we had this in our org. We did.
Yeah, this is a advocacy committee for the School Board Association. School Board Association comes up with their own legislative platform, and then they call the FSBA session in Tallahassee, which Ms. Spray, Mr. Tatum, and I attended. And we're required to give them, because we're required to name a member representative and an alternate, and as members of the FSBA, and their year changed July 1st. So I believe they're asking us to supply names. Mr. Choate, you are the, at our org meeting, you are the member, and I am the alternate. But as you know, I'm the serial conference attendee, and whenever I'm there and they have these, you know, I go and I sit in on them, you know, whether I need to or not. So, you know, I'm happy to remain as the alternate, but I would like to be on it because it's interesting. It's you know, we hear what's going on, and we hear from the FSBA lobbyist, and it's always good information. Now, I believe the one you're talking about, the legislative for this board, you're the member, and Ms. Spray is the alternate, and we're not talking about that one.
Okay. Because, and that's what I told them, is I never got that email for the advocacy committee to meet. I mean, I've gotten legislative, I've gone to that one, but I've never had for this one. So I will make a motion that you can become the the representative for the advocacy committee member, and I will be the alternate, unless someone would else like to be the alternate?
No.
I'll second that.
We've got a second. We've got a motion. We've got a second on the floor. Any discussion on that?
No.
Okay, didn't think so. So I don't know if we're ready in Granicus, or do you want to just do it by hand?
You should be able to do the motion.
Me. Oh, I'm sorry. I had the, yep. Second was Tatum. All right.
What happens if I vote no?
You're in trouble. I think you're 4-1.
It's winning anyways.
So
You're getting
You're
it.
locked in.
the motion to have Miss Foreman as the advocacy member and myself as the alternate passes 5-0. That was an easy one. Item number 2, approval to extend Gina Mincer a 3-year renewal to the audit committee.
I would like to make that motion.
I'll second.
We've got a motion. We've got a second. Would we like to ask if that is what you would like to do?
She's not here.
She's not here? Oh, I thought
We
already confirmed.
I confirmed, yes.
Great, perfect.
Right.
Want to make sure we're not voluntoling someone.
That,
Okay, so we got a motion, we got a second. Any other discussion?
I can't hit my second button. Doesn't matter, but.
oh, I'm listed as a second. It says to withdraw my second. All right, I'm going to withdraw my second. Oh, okay.
It doesn't matter.
Here we go.
All right. Please cast your vote to approve to extend Gina Mincer 5 years, and that passes 5-0. Item number 3, approval to purchase security and vulnerability testing services from Silent Group Incorporated, not to exceed $45,000.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion?
Did you hit your,
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
there you go.
Looks like we do have a speaker, Mr. Tatum.
Ms. Saunders, could you expound upon what this is, please, or Mr. Wagner, who's ever?
This isn't her recommendation.
I know it's, is there anyone available to speak to
The
it?
testing of silent.
Mm-hmm.
This is just part of our security audit with our contract with Silent. Now, I don't want to expound on the details,
Okay.
but it's the firm that we hire to work with our IT department on our security and testing to ensure that the barriers and all the provisions that we have in place are actually in place.
Why is it on a no, this is the type of thing normally you would recommend to us. Why is this on in a no superintendent recommendation?
Because it's part of the board's auditing group. They will answer to the board. He will not report. It's not a district contract or a district recommendation. We're not interacting into the agreement to do work for us. This contract is work that the district has laid out for part of your security audit, kind of like CRI is.
Okay.
Security.
Every other contract gets approved, I mean, everything almost,
May I?
I'm trying, yeah, please, help me understand better.
In the past,
Mhm.
CRI had a contract with Silent. Silent was like a subcontractor.
Okay,
And they did their testing, they did their review, they kept us out of trouble, and they would report to the audit committee.
okay,
Okay, and I don't know if you'll recall, I forget, when it was, but there was an objection to it that said that because it's security, we don't want to give the keys to the kingdom to volunteers, okay? I think Mr. Dye can expand on that. And so it was recommended that the board oversee cybersecurity, okay? And we appointed a board liaison. And we had, Silent came in and did a report at our last security workshop, you know, in the shade.
okay, yeah.
And then after that, and I, you know, after that I went and had a meeting, prior to that and after, I went and had meetings with Serge Jorgensen, who is the, our representative on that. And so I can't talk about the detail of this letter, but that's why it's being brought. It is formally a piece of audit committee, you know, CRI engagement, which is our hire. And so, now part of what they do, okay, I will say, is probably more applicable to operations, okay?
Okay.
And so this particular engagement letter is just the services that he will report to us directly in a shade session.
Okay.
Okay.
So this will help maybe explain why the next one, there's no, so when we hire auditors, that's something that is not a superintendent recommendation, because we're actually hiring them to look at you, and there's a conflict of interest there possibly or something, or?
Statute was put in place a few years ago. Districts that are over $500 million have to have either an auditing within the organization that reports to the board, or an outside auditing firm that reports to the board, just so that you've got a separation, you've got a separate entity looking to make sure that everything is above board. So that's why, and thank you for helping us clarify, because that's partly why you're gonna have a work session on this topic, because you're right, every contract that comes before you is a recommendation from the superintendent.
Right.
The reason these two are not is because these two report to the board. They do not report to the superintendent or work for the superintendent or management. They do the work, scope of work that the board sets, and then they will report directly to the board. So that's the why.
I sure hope Dr. Weissong has your encyclopedic knowledge of, I'm just continually amazed when I ask you a question. It's like you have a little file somewhere, you just go, pull it out, and you have this.
About 34 years.
Well, that's it too. I mean, when you've been doing something for 3.5 decades, you got it. But I appreciate that. Okay, I wasn't.
But that, of course, you wouldn't know because you've not experienced it, which is why there will be a workshop in July going over those details. We should have had it in March. We didn't. So that you and Ms. Bray, who are new to the board, understand that piece of legislation and why it's done and why you need an outside firm and why it's required and their job to report to you guys.
And even though it's a cybersecurity contract, which normally would come from a superintendent with a recommendation, because it's somehow tied to
It's
the
part
audit
of
function.
the board's auditing position of, now if he were doing work for the district in a different fashion, but if it is an auditing function, then it is directly tied to the board.
So when it says security vulnerability testing, it's somehow auditing our cyber
Yes,
security.
that
threats or-
is correct.
Great, got it. Okay, I understand now. Thank you.
And you will see coming to the board, silent again, but these will be under the consent agenda for the services that they perform that get reported to the district as opposed to us.
Okay,
Because they're not auditing, they're,
I got it. Okay, thank you. That's all I had. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other speakers lit up, so we can go ahead and vote for the approval to purchase security and vulnerability testing services from Silent Group, not to exceed $45,000. That passes 5-0. Brings us to item number 4 on our new business, approval to renew the professional services contract with Carr, Riggs, and Ingram to provide internal audit service for fiscal year 23-24. So I'll just give you a background on why I pulled and then re-put it in this particular order. We spent about 45 minutes or so of this meeting asking questions and going over the audit update that should have been done months ago. I've had the audit committee process on the workshop for a while. It's been pushed back. And so I felt like before we, especially with 2 new board members, before we just agreed on a contract that was for last year that just replicate it, that we just have a presentation so that they can ask questions and they can do it how we do with every other particular item that we come across that is something that we have to vote on. And so it wasn't anything maliciously to undermine anyone, to kick CRI to the curb, to do anything like that. For me, it was informational only. This is something that we had done in years past. I'd sat on the board when we had the presentation, when they would come in and give us a presentation on what their services would look like, et cetera. And I felt like we needed to do that. I do understand the concern from, I don't know if this was the audit committee as a whole, but Dr. Crusoe, maybe herself, okay, that obviously you have the chance, if you push it back, you may not do it and you may not get to it. It is on the agenda for July and it will not be moved from July. I do understand the concern of this is a vague renewal and it's not as specific. And that's what the July workshop is for us to get into the specifics of what they do, how they do it. So our 2 new board members will know that. We can come to an agreement on the renewal and vote it on in August. They can continue to do what they're doing. I don't think that they will necessarily pass any financial threshold. And if they do, at the end of July, I mean, it's probably 10 or 12 days until it'll be approved in August, most likely approved, I would say, in August. So that's my recommendation from pulling it. Why I pulled it, my thoughts behind it was to make sure we didn't just stamp it and go on with 2 new board members not really knowing what's going on how audits work, et cetera. And it's something that I wanted to do months ago, and it was pushed back with other items and other things with workshops. And so that's why I put the professional service contract to what it is now, instead of the original one recommended by the audit committee itself. So that's the explanation behind it. I think discussion needs to be had just because, and it was imminent by a 45-minute to an hour questioning at a board meeting that typically does not happen at a board meeting. Typically it happens at a workshop. And so that should have probably happened at a workshop. And it didn't, but I'm trying to rectify that, and that's the only reason why I pulled it. So, if it, obviously there may be questions, but we probably need to get a motion and a second if we do have one or whatever to get into discussion about an action item, I would assume.
So moved.
So we have a motion.
Hit motion.
I can do that too. Yep.
There you go.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. So now we do have discussion. So we have three speakers lit up. Ms. Foreman
Okay,
is first.
all right. Buckle up. Okay. Okay, there's a number of points I want to make about this item. We should be discussing the engagement letter that the audit committee discussed, and that's why I handed out
The red line?
the red line. I took the original, the May engagement letter that they discussed for two sessions, and just marked through what the differences are. And I think okay. This is the one that we should be voting on tonight. I'm just going to say, we should be voting on the recommended one. Keep in mind, it's flexible. If we want something different, we can make it. We're the board. We can do anything we want as far as determining the audit. But at the conclusion of my comments, I'm going to put forward a substitute motion to approve this one. This is the one that was given to us before our board briefings, okay? And we've got, I think there's been a true disconnect with the timing and communication. The board appoints liaisons to committees, to represent us, and that's, a liaison is to foster communication. So when a board member who is a liaison makes a timely request to be added to the agenda, it should not be overridden, should not be ignored. This should have been on tonight's agenda. And if the liaison thinks it's important, this is where we discuss it, and we can put it out and say, no, I don't like this, I want to vote against it. Fine, but let's talk about it and let's do what our audit committee has put in crazy amount of hours, and our auditors to put this together. You'll recall at the 2 weeks ago, this was timely. 2 weeks ago at the June 13th meeting, and that's why I had the minutes corrected. I did ask that Dr. Agruso get moved from the workshop to today. And I stated that the reason was because we have to approve the CRI engagement letter before July 1. I thank you, Mr. Choate, for allowing Dr. Agruso to be here tonight instead of at a workshop. But the engagement, and I stated that the engagement letter needs to be placed on the agenda to be approved by July 1 to prevent a lag in audit services, since the audit committee meets only every 2 months. And that request was ignored and overridden 3 times. I won't get into the specifics, but it's not on here not for lack of my trying. It's been okay. But that aside, I want to talk about why we need to take this one and not the stopgap one. First of all, I want to say I'm fully in favor of having a discussion a workshop to discuss audit committee, internal audit, external audit, all of that. But the earliest we can have that workshop is July 27th. And the earliest of the board meeting where we would approve it would be August 8th. And the audit committee meets again in September 6th. And if we want the audit committee, if we come up with something, let's come up with something harebrained, you know, and no, we want this looked at. The audit committee should, they're the professionals, they should be allowed to weigh in on it, and they don't meet again until September. So we're going to have a lag, whether we want it or not. And I agree. It would be helpful for board members to have an understanding of the audit committee's procedures and responsibilities, and there are resources available. You can attend the committee meetings. You can see the agendas on the website. You can listen to the audio. You can read the approved minutes that are on the webpage. And we were all invited to discuss risk assessment with CRI, okay? And most of us, actually 4 out of 5 of us, did that, took that opportunity. That was an opportunity to talk directly with CRI and express concerns and to gain understanding. And so I commend the ones who attended. We have to approve an engagement letter at this meeting in order to comply with state statute. Okay? And I can go into, Lee County got caught, you know, because they didn't have an audit engagement for part of their year, and the AG wrote them up. So we'll be out of compliance if we don't have an engagement letter signed on July 1. Will we receive an audit finding if we don't get it done till August? I don't know, you know, but I don't want to take that chance. The proposed engagement letter says, yes, we have auditors, but we don't have anything for them to do yet. The proposed engagement letter attached to this agenda is stopgap at best. It has multiple shortfalls. First, direct services, page 1, the red line. Internal audit areas will be identified by the school board of Manatee County in a workshop in July. Are we really going to throw out the work of CPAs and respected auditing firm and substitute what we think should be audited? You know, I don't know about you guys, but I'm a CPA. I attend their meetings. I don't have the qualification to determine what we should be auditing. There's a lot of information, a lot of background that goes into making those decisions. And I want to remind you all that on page 1, it says that the board may alter the selection to cover other high-risk areas, and the audit committee will recommend the school board approve the internal audit work plan for the 2024 school year. They're recommending it, and we're basically insulting them. But then for the post-internal audit reviews, these reviews follow up previous board findings. Okay, what good is an audit if we don't test what has happened afterwards? So it needs to be done. So if we are, as a board, making a decision on what post-internal audits should happen, that's wrong, because all of them need to be done. If they've had a finding, they need to follow up on it, and we need a report on that. And then for indirect services, okay, I want you to take a look at page 4 in the red line copy, okay? They can't come to a board meeting because we are restricting that, okay? Okay, the bottom paragraph. Our services will also include indirect services, inquiries from external auditors, and attendance at board workshop, management, and audit committee meetings, okay? That got replaced with, our services will also include indirect services as determined by the School Board of Manatee County in a board workshop in July, such as, and then it goes on. So we have taken away their ability to attend, and attend the meetings where we need them. Okay, I'm asking board members, in a nutshell, I'm asking that we approve the May 3rd engagement letter for these reasons. The engagement letter is specific as to services and hours. The May engagement letter is flexible as to audit services to be performed. Okay, we're not tied in. The May engagement letter has been created from many hours of discussion and deliberation of financial professionals with a whole lot more knowledge and ability than any of us. Any one of us, and as a body. The May engagement letter will keep our auditors from getting behind and creating stress when they try to play catch-up for the rest of the year. And this May engagement letter, I understand, you know, the process, but this was distributed to all board members prior to our board briefings. The fact it is not attached to this agenda is a shortfall of this board, and I'm going to trust that the public will understand. It will be attached if you agree to vote on this one. It will be attached to the minutes. And I want to point out, we are placing obstacles for internal audit to perform the audits and post-audit reviews. I don't know if that's our intention, but that's what's happening. Or are we going to dump on our staff when the auditors inundate them because they need to catch up? We need to take a hard look at ourselves, and this will come up in our discussion about communication and master board training. But we need to look at our priorities, our roles and responsibilities, and our communication with each other, district staff, our board committees, and our service providers. And before I make my motion, I want to express sincere appreciation to the volunteer audit committee members who diligently try to keep us out of trouble. To CRI, our internal auditor, who has been incredibly responsive, professional and knowledgeable, and to our finance people who have to put up with crazy talk sometimes coming from this board. And I thank my board colleagues for your thoughtful consideration to the importance of this, okay? And if I have said anything that offends or disturbs any of you, which I probably did, I ask you put that aside and make a decision to benefit our district and keep our financial future intact. Mr. Chair, I make a substitute motion for item 15.4 to accept the recommendation of the audit committee for the approval of the Carr, Riggs, and Ingram engagement letter dated May 3rd, 2023 to provide internal audit services for the year 2023 to 2024.
We have a motion.
I'll second that.
We have a second. So the question is, I've got 3 other people lit up. Is there discussion on, I mean, you guys lit up before the amendment, so do you want me to vote on the amendment and then have you guys talk, or do you want to talk, Mr. Dye, what's the?
I think you would ask for discussion of the substitute motion at this point.
Okay, so is there any discussion of the actual substitute? Yes. Everybody who's lit up wants to talk about the substitute motion.
The whole issue.
Okay, so I had Mr. Tatum is lit first.
So, Ms. Foreman is an expert in this area. I would say you've done this for, how long were you on the audit committee before you became a board member?
I think about 8 years.
And you're a CPA too. So I'm trying to understand what's happening here. So, I mean, I understand that the big picture, we need an audit company, we need to have them on contract. That's the right thing to do. So what I appear to hear, what I appear to understand is happening here is, and I understand we should have done this in March, but we didn't, and so now we'd like to get this engagement letter done. And then I think what I hear you saying is, you want us to vote on this, that's redlined, is that what you want us to vote on?
Well, they can produce a
clean copy.
A clean copy.
But whatever's in black, not whatever's in red. And the reason is, because somehow the original was modified before it got to us today. Who modified that? Is that something that staff does, or how did it get modified?
I don't have the answer to that.
Would you like me to answer?
Yeah, because it was initially pulled all together. Go ahead.
Okay, and it might help, Ms. Sellers does have the statute, if it might be helpful to the board, especially the new people, of what the requirement is in terms of an audit.
Right.
So after I explain this part, that may be part of helpful information.
Right.
The original document that was put on the agenda when you all had the first view was the document from CRI with their contract, scope of work, and a $400,000 contract of services for the year. Now, I don't know about you all. I've been here with this board now since November. I think if you saw the questioning I had on the $514,000 contract for tutoring services after having board discussion, you can understand possibly why Chair Choate felt that the board has not had a discussion about the $400,000 contract or the scope of services. The new board members don't even know anything about that procedure, why you have to do it, nothing, because we've not had a workshop to discuss it.
Right. Got it.
Because we've already said why. We had other things that bumped it, with the superintendent search, et cetera. So he asked to pull it as the board chair can. Well, Ms. Foreman is the liaison to the committee, and she feels very strongly that we need to have an agreement of work with this firm to make sure we're in compliance. The bits and pieces are important, but she understood the concern of there has not been a traditional workshop where we discussed it.
No, I didn't.
I suggested that, understanding both arguments, how about we have a letter of agreement to continue working with CRI and give the board an opportunity to discuss the elements of the contract, the scope of work, the why. You may not change any piece of it. You just don't have any idea of that process or the why. So that we could satisfy that we are going to agree to work with them for a year of services. But in the board workshop, after y'all have a discussion, you feel comfortable, then you could say, execute whatever you felt was needed in that service. CRI would be there, the audit committee, possibly, whatever, to interject into say, this is what we think, this is why, this is the whole purpose. So it was a compromise to make sure that we had an agreement with them to do work, but it kicked the can of the pieces of the elements until the board was able to thoroughly discuss it at a workshop.
Okay.
So that's what happened to it.
You'd like to make,
May I respond?
I yield
Yes.
my time. I sound
Well,
like
I'd
a
just like
congressman.
to
I yield my
respond
time.
to that. First of all, I do not understand it, and do not agree with it. And also want to point out that CRI, according to
We can invite
this
whoever we
version,
want to the workshop.
they don't get paid for it.
The contract's being paid for their services through July. And we tell them what they are. So if we ask them to come in, they charge us bill, and that, I mean, I don't.
So, can I take my time back?
No, I'm sorry. No,
Take your time back.
I went into Ms. Foreman, so go ahead.
So then there's the issue of this. There was an original letter that the audit committee gave us, and then somehow it got modified, and I have to give some deference to Ms. Foreman. She's an expert at this. If she says this is better than, the red line version is better than what's on the agenda, what was the process from the audit committee to get it modified? And then that got on the, I guess what I'm asking is,
We did the red line version.
how did it get why didn't we just take the audit committee's recommendation and use that? And why did we modify it? Or did we need to modify it because of statute or something? I don't know.
The guts of the element of the contract, scope of work and price were what was removed.
Okay.
The chair asked to have a board discussion at a workshop before a price tag came before the board of a contract of services, when the board has not had the opportunity to have that discussion for the contract of services. So that what was taken out. Taken out how much they were going to charge for the year and what the scope of work they were going to do. Ms. Foreman is saying she wants you to vote on that. Mr. Choate wanted a workshop for you to discuss it as past practice before you voted on it.
So
that's where you are.
So there was information taken out of the recommendation given to us by the audit committee. There was
The scope of work and the price tag of their service. So really what it is a letter to do work with them, and it has what their fee schedule is, but not what the work is going to comprise of or the total amount, because the board has not determined what that is yet.
But what came from the audit committee did have some of that information?
It had all of that information.
All that information in it?
Yes.
Okay. So what we're,
That price tag though was in the original
It was.
board meeting.
It was.
On your agenda. It was.
It was. You had that when it was like last Thursday.
right.
Right.
I mean, not being an expert on this, I look at things like this and I say, I trust people that work in the district to do their, and people like Ms. Foreman to, I'm not a CPA, so this, okay, so then if we go to the actual item on the agenda, it says approval to renew the professional services contract. But what we're talking about doing is a letter of engagement, and I assume there's some legal terminology there. A letter of engagement, how is that different than a contract? Or what is a letter of engagement? That sounds like a nebulous.
It is a contract.
It is a contract?
Yeah.
Okay, but we don't call it a contract.
For professional services, a lot of times it's called an engagement.
Engagement letter?
Yeah.
What is it, does it obligate us to pay anything, or what, or does it just?
Well, how this has been crafted, at least the reduced one with the red line taken out, you would determine the scope and the price at a later time.
Okay. But as Mr. Choate said, does it give us, let's say we had to have an audit on July 16th because something bizarre came up. We could do it like fee for service. We could say, well, we've engaged you, so we need you to do this audit in the next 10 days and we'll pay you $2,000. I mean, you know what I mean? Is that the point of you having this letter of engagement, so that at least they're on contract, so to speak, even though we haven't detailed the whole scope of the contract?
Correct. And the chair is recommending a workshop, and then you'll determine the scope.
Okay. If we don't have this letter of engagement, even then, couldn't we just hire an audit company to do an audit for us if we absolutely needed one on July the 16th? Or you'd have to go through some type of RPF or RQF or whatever that.
Well, this is just to technically comply with having a internal auditor.
Okay. So, and please excuse me, I'm just trying to get this all straight in my mind. So what's going on here is we'd like to have a contract in place on 1 July. If the world were perfect, we'd like to have it, but things didn't work out because things didn't work out. So plan B is have this engagement letter in place, which will help us comply with the legal requirement to have some type of audit firm available to us. And we'll figure out the exact details of the contract later, but as long as we have a letter of engagement, please work with me, Ms. Foreman, but as long as we have a letter of engagement, we are in compliance with whatever the legal requirement is. It's just we haven't fleshed out all the details yet, and we'll go back and sign a different contract with them on the 18th of July, which is more detailed. So are we signing two contracts? Like, are we gonna sign one tonight that says we've engaged you, and then sign another one on the 18th that says, here's more details, we sign it again, or is this just some type of verbal?
No, you would be in contract, but then later you would establish the scope of work.
Okay. So it's kind of Plan B. I mean, Plan A didn't work out, so we have Plan B. The last question I have is, it does say on here that it's a recommendation from the superintendent, which again, I don't know if that's, it says the superintendent.
No, it's been pulled from that.
No, but on the actual item, it says recommendation, the superintendent recommends approval to renew the professional services contract with Carr, Riggs, and Ingram LLC. So that's what we're voting on.
It says that that's an error because the engagement with them is not with the superintendent, it's with the board.
That's what I'm pointing
I
out.
don't see where it's.
It's on the, if you click on the item,
Executive summary.
it's on the executive
So that's
summary.
That's a Scribner's error because it's.
Recommendation.
And the only reason I'm pointing that out is just
No,
legally.
It's back to our original, yeah, it's not a district contract with the auditing firm, it's the board's letter of engagement with the auditing firm, yeah.
And for legal purposes, I don't know these things. I just want to make sure that what we're voting on is what we're voting on. It shouldn't say superintendent recommendation, which almost
That is correct.
leads me to believe that, we have to, modify the language with a motion or something. I hate to have, now we're up to 3 motions, but.
Motion, but the recommendation didn't come from the superintendent, and the motion didn't state that it was a recommendation from the superintendent.
Yeah, Ms.
Okay.
Foreman's new motion never said anything about superintendent, nor did we in the note say, or verbally say.
So we're not voting on this executive summary, we're voting on the motion.
Correct.
Got it.
An actual,
Contract.
and the second, the amendment to the
And
amendment.
the agenda's correct, the way it's written on the
Okay.
agenda.
So the last thought that I need to have explained to me is, if I vote yes, what I'm voting on is a letter of engagement, which will then be supplemented on July the 18th with further details about the contract. And that is going to be in place of the more detailed recommendation from the audit committee that came with a full contract. Is that,
No, so
July 29.
right now,
Okay.
we're voting yes or no on on Ms. Foreman's amendment that says we go back and accept the original engagement letter from CRI. That's what's on the floor right now, and we're just discussing, because it's all about the kind of same thing. But the next vote will be, when we got a motion, we got a second to vote yes or no on Ms. Foreman's amendment saying to accept the first letter.
which is essentially what this is.
The red letter.
This is the first letter.
Correct.
Okay, so, all right. So this is the more detailed one that has more of a fleshed out contract.
Correct.
What we have on the agenda has less
Yeah,
detail, which will.
My motion was to have the agreement with them, then we have a board workshop to determine the scope. Maybe it's the same, maybe it's not, I don't know.
Okay.
But that's
I understand.
the two different
Okay,
ones.
thank you for your patience. I just needed to have this fleshed out and understand what's going on here, so, okay.
You good?
Yes, I'm good, thank you.
I've got Ms. Spray.
Okay, thank you. We did kick the can down the road many times, because I know if I can go back, I have several workshop sheets that had this audit workshop,
Audit committee.
audit committee, right, procedures on the workshop list to be determined for quite a while, until now we have it here for the July 27th workshop. My problem is, if we approve the version that's on the website, which was published, by the way, that's what everyone has seen. No one has seen this red line version but the board, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Probably, I would say the version that was posted on our agenda, and the one that's not the red line, is basically a retainer letter with no dollar on it. Is that basically what that is?
That's how you want to see it, sure.
I mean, that's just the kind of word I can come up with. Okay, we're retaining them to be our auditors, but we're not going to put a dollar amount to it because we don't really know. And if I look at the red line version, it has, they both have a minimal scope of work, but the red line has more detailed in it. Personally, I think I would rather go through the workshop to see what they actually do. And I've trust the audit committee, they're doing their role. We had a great presentation earlier. So and I trust Ms. Foreman and the work she does as the liaison. Because I've had communication problem too with the other committee, is getting it on a workshop. But I don't know if I'm for voting for a contract without knowing the exact details, but the red line gives you the details, but I haven't been through the workshop. So it's one of those, which is more important, to understand the process, and that's where I am with Mr. Tatum, I think, is he's trying to understand which version. The audit committee provided us a recommendation, or the CRI did, from May 3rd, and now it's redlined to June 21st of this year. But back in May is where the audit committee reviewed everything and said, these are the recommendations that we need to have for CRI. And I'm guessing that there was a lot of information traded back and forth on what the scope of work would be, to my understanding. But I haven't been through that workshop. Mr. Tatum has not been through one of those workshops. I'm sure you have. Have you been through one of them? Yeah. So we are basically the unknowns on what the actual procedure is. I have been through audits before, so I kind of know what the scope of work is. It's just the different categories of what you're looking at. If you're looking at the P cards, or this transaction, or the policy was properly done. So I kind of got a general idea how that works from my background in accounting, but this is far bigger than what I used to do. So I think it would be beneficial to go through the workshop first, in my opinion. But I also respect Ms. Foreman's due diligence on all the work she's done on this committee from 7 years ago and now school board member. So it's almost like, which one do you do first? That is my biggest thing, is which one are you putting the contract before you do the workshop? That's basically what we're being asked to do by the amended agenda item. I don't necessarily feel comfortable with doing that. And it's not an insult to the audit committee. It's not an insult to the liaison or CRI. It's, we got behind. I mean, if you saw our schedules, you would see that. We just got so far behind on things, and it's just so happened this item got hooked up in it, and it's not their fault. So I'm gonna probably lean toward the recommendation from the chair and go through the workshop and see what this, I want to go through that. I want to see what it's about before I sign a contract or vote on a contract.
Just to clarify something, the audit, what we see on our workshop, the audit procedure, however it's worded on the workshop for July, I put that back in December, knowing that we had 2 new board members and that's something we needed to do. Right. That was never, but I was never told or asked from anyone else that we need to put this workshop on there up until 2 weeks ago when we said let's put the contract on. And like I started from the beginning, this isn't taking away anything from anyone that they've done. It's just I want to make sure it's clear for everybody what's happening. Ms. Messenger, you're next.
I'm not sure I have a strong opinion one way or another on which one, because I think that, first of all, obviously I've been through this for past 7 years, so I can't, you know what I mean? I understand the need for new board members to, you know, have their say and their feedback in that, so I get that side of it. And, but in all honesty, I don't really see the discussion we would hold on the 27th to be very different than what's before us today through Mrs. Foreman's motion. So I really see both sides of it. You know, I really do give credit to the chair for his foresight, because I think you were just trying to not have this discussion like this. I think that was your point, I think. I really think that was your goal. You wanted us to have a thorough discussion, but you didn't want it to happen at 8:15 at night. You wanted it to happen when we were fresh in our minds and really could take our time to really go through each piece. And I think just my impression is that was your goal. I hope I'm not speaking for you, but it sounds like that was your goal. So I appreciate that. This is something that I think we do have to take really seriously, because it's one of our only statutory hires. You know, we only have a few. This is one of them. So I do take that into consideration too. And if there's board members that don't feel comfortable with what's before us, then I think that there's merit to waiting. But I genuinely don't think we're going to come back with something different than what's before us now. That's in all honesty. But maybe what we would get out of it is a deeper understanding of what is in it and what is part of it. There was a couple concerns that were raised. For instance, that the original was not posted for public view, and I can understand that one, but I will say that the original is very similar to every other year in the past. I mean, the only thing that's different is really the exhibit. That's really the only thing that, to me, is substantive difference. But the biggest deterrent for voting for the one that's currently on our board work, not the substitute, is I do have concern that it will be disrespectful to the audit committee. I do think this is ultimately on the board, but I don't want anyone on our audit committee to feel like their opinion's not valued. They are volunteers, and I have a deep respect for that. And so that's my biggest concern. Not the actual contract, but the message that will be sent by voting for it. Now knowing what Dr. Grusso had said, that it's been discussed several times. And I know how deeply and thoughtfully they do discuss things that they bring before us. So I really yield to the new board members and what you feel like you need. Like if you genuinely feel as if the discussion out of July 27th is so fundamentally important to you that you don't feel comfortable voting for the original, then I'll go with you on that, because I understand that. And like I said, this is one of our only statutory hires, and it's a big thing. If you recognize that the original one that Mrs. Foreman is asking to substitute also allows for any adjustments that we could also discuss on the 27th, which is also valid. We can absolutely change anything we want on the 27th. We could approve it as original from Mrs. Foreman, have discussion and say, hey, you know what? We don't really think this should be in the scope of work, or, you know, whatever. We really think this is more important, or whatever, you know. We can amend that. You know, and I know the audit committee would go with us on whatever we came out of on that meeting anyway. So I guess that's my point, is I think it's a wash. I mean, I think we're going to get to the same place either way. I think we're either going to approve this letter now, or we're going to approve it later, and we'll either make adjustments. Either way, we'll either make adjustments on the 27th, and so it's a wash, I guess, to me, in that way. Like, I don't see a big discrepancy, except for the deterrent of, I think this is insulting to the audit committee, but also the understanding that I do believe that the new board members, I want them to feel comfortable with this because this is one of our only board hires, and this is our most expensive one. And it's a big responsibility that we have. So if the new members feel as if they need to have that conversation and then come back, I support that as well. I really, like I said, I think it's actually a wash, so.
All right, thank you, Ms. Foreman, and then Mr. Tatum.
All right. Couple things. So absolutely, we can change. So it's not like we are signing our life away and on what's going to happen here. Also want to point out that the dollar amount is the same as it was last year. Mr. Chair, you requested this to be, the audit committee procedures to be a workshop, but you requested it in January, which is months before any engagement letter for the following year and determining what areas are going to be audited. That was way before it, so you obviously had something else in mind other than the engagement letter. I'm just throwing that out there. The ability of the chair to override communication requested by the board liaison, and that will apply to you too, Ms. Spray. You know, if you want something discussed about CFOC, it's beyond the role and responsibility of the chair. We need an orderly meeting. I'm making this one disorderly. I'm so sorry, but I feel very strongly about this. And if you feel that my service as the liaison does not count, okay, then I would suggest that you become the board liaison. I'll leave it at that.
I'll just address, I think you're taking this personally and you don't need to.
No.
There's not an ulterior motive here. I'll give you an example. Miss Spray brought up CFOC, and guess what? It's on a workshop to be presented. I never once again you can say that I had this in January. I had it because we had 2 new board members that don't know a lot of what's happening, and we're trying to educate them. I was never told March, May by anyone to say, hey, we need to have a workshop. We need to have the audit committee come in and do the presentation, the workshop, etc. So I'm not trying to have some ulterior motive. And Ms. Messenger is absolutely correct. We may do this June 27th to be the same darn thing. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay if we approve the original one. I just wanted the chance that they knew that what is going on. And that's my only idea of pulling this and saying, hey, we can have a contract for July, talk about it in June, in July, and then approve it, whatever we come up with in August, like we've done in the 2 years that I've been here. So there was no alternative motive. And I'm not gonna take it personal that you said that, because I'll just let it slide. And I hope you don't take it personal that I brought this up, because it's not personal against you or against the committee or anything. And I will say that if we're able to just to be devil's advocate here, if we're able to change it later on down the road, how is that still not going to be viewed to the audit committee as a slap in the face, just like this is necessary slap in the face, if we're changing their recommendation? So again, I wasn't trying to make a mountain out of a molehill here. I was just trying to make sure we had the information to be able to, like we have in years past, to be able to vote on a contract. Mr. Tatum.
Okay, so in the interest of trying to be helpful, just to move things along, because to some degree we all get there where who's right, who's wrong, and let's just get like how can we be helpful at this point? So if we vote on, so Ms. Foreman has made a motion to vote on this as the contract, and this is what the audit committee gave us. And if we approve this, then the workshop on the 27th of July on this will probably go away.
No.
It won't go away. We'll still do something on the 27th.
No, and we can change what's in there.
Okay.
Just like we can change if it's not even there at all. I mean, but
So-
yes.
So if we vote on this, what will happen on the 27th is we'll just review this, and then if we either like it or we don't like it, we can make changes to it. So the question is, do we vote on the original contract proposal that came from the audit committee, or do we vote on the smaller contract proposal with less details that we have on the agenda? Is that where that's what we're deciding on?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes, because
okay.
the one that's on the agenda, you would get the details on the 27th. You would walk through the details more, which would probably start with exactly what that draft is.
So, Ms. Messenger, I have a question for you. You've been through this many times. When these come up every year, are there a lot of changes, or is it pretty much just same?
I don't
Same.
like the concept of it being a rubber stamp, but no, there's not a lot of changes because I put a lot of weight behind what the audit committee spends their time and discusses and recommends to us.
Right.
So if they've taken the time to look at this, I typically would support it. Are there times where a board member says, well, I really think we should do this, or I really think we should do that? Yeah.
Okay.
But I think that could be done either way.
So whether we vote on the original or the amended one, we're still going to have the workshop on the 27th, and we can still make changes on the 27th.
This is my point.
Okay, thank you. I'm
So
getting there.
no. So the question really is, which one makes the new board members feel more comfortable? Because that matters, because this is one of our only statutory hires, and it's our most costly one. And so that's the question.
Well, if we were voting on it tonight and that was it and it was over with, I'd feel a little less comfortable. But knowing that A, we're going to have a workshop on it, and B, we could still make changes to it in July, yeah, okay.
Okay.
Ms. Spray was the last one.
My whole point is not, is it gonna change or is it not gonna change? This one is the version that was advertised. This red line we got when we got here. So it says May. Did we get this in May? Was this emailed to us in May with the red line?
You had, no, not the red lines.
Right.
You had the original.
The original, but
Okay,
not a
which is-
red line.
Well, I did the red lines.
Right.
I took the new one and said, okay, these are the differences. Yes, no, we had the original given to us
Right.
before our board briefings.
Right.
And it was on the agenda at the board briefing.
Mhm.
And when I met with, I had Mr. Wagner with the board briefing, he said, the chair has asked it to be pulled, not because of the workshop. That time, it was because he thought it should go out for bid.
Okay.
That's what I was told.
All right.
You know, that was strike one. Yeah. So the
Okay.
fact that it's not attached to the agenda, I tried 3 times.
I get, yeah, I
To-
get that part of
to
it.
get it
Trust me.
attached.
Yeah, I get all of that. I am more concerned about procedure thing now. This is what we advertised on our agenda, not the red line.
So you're okay with the chair overriding a board liaison?
Okay. I
You
am
don't
not,
shake your head.
I-
mean, it's,
I am,
If you want to get personal, I mean, I don't
no,
know.
it's not personal.
I mean, what you
It's procedural.
You said it was
How
personal.
can it be helpful right now instead of trying
Right.
to?
right,
So
procedural,
we'll stop.
yeah.
We'll stop.
I still have the
Finish
floor,
your- finish
right?
your talk.
Okay. Procedurally, this one is the item that was advertised. And again, I'll go back to my original comment. It's not that I don't agree with the red line version. I keep going back to the advertised. So with the advertised is where I'm leaning. And are we gonna go with this red line? Probably so. But the advertised, because we are seeing this, not the entire district. Is there a lot of things that changed? Probably not. You know, I don't know, but I just procedurally, I have to say, we need to go with the one that was advertised simply because that's what we've always done.
Thank you. Ms. Messenger, were you lit up again, or did you not just cancel out?
Okay.
Yes?
I'm debating what I'm going to say. I don't think the advertisement is a reason to vote one way or another, just because I think that this is very similar to what we've done in years past. I don't think it's actually significantly different. Like I said, the only thing that would be different really is the exhibit. I mean, maybe there's some dollar amounts different, but I don't even think that. The only thing that's really going to be different is the Exhibit A and the last page, and that's just based on the needs of the district. So I don't think that that would be a reason one way or another, because, so. And also that, this isn't really, now this is off topic, but it has come up, and it is the chair's purview to set the agenda. That is part of his job. So that is part of the chair's job. Just gonna say that. Like I said, I'm Switzerland.
You good?
I think so.
So we've got, yeah.
One point. The red line version, I know y'all have been talking about either version you could change later, the scope of the work. But if you look at the red line version, under fees, page 5, I just was looking at it, and it says our fees for services as outlined in the attached Exhibit A are planned hours only, can be adjusted by direction of the audit committee. So it doesn't say by direction of the school board, it says by the direction of the audit committee.
I think in the past, when there has been a need, an immediate need, and I've seen that happen before as well, sitting here, that the board was able to direct, they direct the audit committee, they can direct, you know what I mean? I think I have seen that. Even if we directed the audit committee then to direct CRI, I mean, there is a way to maneuver through that.
So, Mr. Dye hasn't had a chance to review this at all then, other than tonight?
Have not.
Okay.
Anything else?
Well, it may have been in prior versions, but it's just kind of odd, because the audit committee is not a party to this agreement. So I was just listening to the argument going on, or the discussion, and it's not an argument. From the legal sense, we say a discussion's an argument. And I just kept hearing that the school board can change it later after your workshop. But then I just noticed that the way it's written, it says it can be only changed by the audit committee. So I just wanted to point that out.
All right, I just want to vote. I heard a call the question. So the question is, we are voting currently right now.
Are we gonna vote on the call to question?
I mean, sure, you want to vote on call to question?
We just need a majority.
Aye.
If there's no one else.
Aye. Aye, okay. We got through the call to question.
Okay.
Now let's move to the amendment that Ms. Foreman amended, that we accept the original contract for services with CRI that you all have. We've been calling it the red line version. That is the vote currently right now. Can we get that on Granicus, or do you want it by hand?
It's an amendment to the agenda.
That's perfectly fine. So we're voting on to amend to accept this as the amendment of the motion. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. All those opposed, raise your hand, say aye. Aye. So it doesn't pass 4-1. Ms. Foreman as the only one. Goes back to the original motion. I don't remember who motioned and seconded it.
I'm pretty sure it was Mr. Tatum and me.
To approve to renew the professional services contract with Carr, Riggs & Ingram, provide internal audit services for fiscal 2023-2024, SDMC number 19-0079-RG, and the contract that is on the agenda. Now we can vote via Granicus.
I got logged out.
Well, let's vote. We can vote naturally, then, again, hand raised. She was logged out. So all those in favor of accepting the approval to renew the professional services contract with CRI to provide internal audit services for fiscal year 2023, 2024, raise your hand. Aye. Aye.
I'm going to vote aye, just so that I can bring it back to the board.
Bring it back to court.
So it passes 5-0.
Here's some strategy.
Moving on to updates for workshop. I don't have a workshop item with me to even look at. But any workshop item requests, like we have been, give to Miss Saunders, and we'll get those on. Miss Foreman, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, I got a call this last week from Dr. Jones at the charter school. The fact that we are eliminating the block grant. And I think it deserves a workshop. I think it deserves our discussion in the sunshine. And I would like to see that put on an agenda for a workshop.
Miss Messenger?
I asked Mr. Dye to look into that, just to give us a legal opinion on it, because I felt as if we needed that before we dealt with it. Just because I think there's some different things that have happened in the past that were said, and I think there's different claims, and I think we should have a legal opinion on that issue.
No, that's fine, but I just want it put on the list for a future workshop.
I'm cool with discussing it. I just think we should have a legal opinion of that issue, but prior to discussion. Might make the discussion moot, or it might make the discussion
real
more valuable.
So we'll put that in your lap. Mr. Tatum?
I actually was going to make the same request. I had the same meeting today.
Yeah.
But I would like the legal opinion before we have the workshop, because the legal opinion would be useful to have at the workshop. Yep, I agree. It's worth discussing.
Very true. Moving on to 18 updates. Mr. Dye, legal department update. Anything you haven't discussed already tonight?
I just want to say I really appreciated working with the superintendent. So my entire time as the board attorney has been with Superintendent Saunders, and it's been a wild ride and enjoyable. I learned a lot from her, and gonna miss her. And I'm jealous of the next phase of your life. So have a great time.
Thank you. Operations, Mr. Wagner.
Very good. Thank you, Chairman Choke. Members of the board, good evening. Superintendent Saunders. I just have 4 short items tonight. Number 1, shout out to our HR team, as they have worked hard, really just kind of a snapshot. They've worked hard for the last, since June of last year. They've implemented 37 job fairs, which has been a big deal, a heavy lift for us, and we're going to continue to have job fairs coming our way. An update which we always give at these is our last board, at our last board update, we had talked about the job fairs that are coming up. The last one we had last week, we had 47 applicants come in for operation type jobs, which is huge, 47. Of that, about 20 were offered jobs here in Manatee County. So we're running about 50%, which is super. Mr. Bailey, our Chief of Human Resources, is going to continue to push this effort forward. We do think the job fairs in person and virtual are a big deal. We actually have one this week that's a virtual job fair also for teachers. So you're going to hear more and more about job fairs, and they are working, and we are bringing people on board. Number 2, we've been busy this summer and wanted to give a shout out. I see Dr. Gansmer sitting in the back here, and a shout out to our career and technical student organizations. So those are more commonly termed CTSOs. We've had the state FFA convention. We've had national HOSA, currently National Skills USA, We have people right now at FCCLA, FBLA, and TSA national competitions, which is a huge deal. It's been a huge deal for Manatee County for many, many years. We could stand up here for 2 hours and talk about all the awards and accolades the students are bringing back, but it really is a labor of love for our advisors, our teachers, our students. You know, it really is it's a community support getting them there, and so I just want to give a shout out. They're working really hard this summer to bring home just lots of accolades, and whether they win or not, it doesn't matter. It's really about it's the experience, and it's going through the competitive process and working as a team. Number 3, summer meal program. So we talked about this before summer started. So just a snapshot because we want to bring back the data. So as of last Friday, June 23rd, Food and Nutrition Department had served 85,000 meals to our students this summer. 85,000 meals, that's a lot. So how does that compare? That's an increase of 8% over last year. So it's about the same, but it's still an 8% increase, which is great. Regina Toma is our director, and she works really hard. Her and her team work really hard to push all those meals out for everybody in the summer. Number 4, really there is a lot going on this summer. A shout out to our operations teams. You know, we have a lot of things happening at our school sites, a lot. Just an example, epoxy floors, roof replacements, classroom additions, interior and exterior painting, fire alarm systems, waxing of floors, updating all the grounds around the schools, safety and security enhancements, hardware, software, computers, technologies. You know, really the summer is when a lot of things happen in our schools that people don't see. Upgrading media centers and many more. So just a shout out tonight, it's Mr. Ronaldi, Mr. Hanson, Mr. D'Amico. It's our chiefs who are working with all of our hard-working employees here in the school district in operations. There's over 1,000 of them, and really summer is a time where we get the schools ready so students can return in August and things are functioning as they should be. So those are 4 short updates. I want to thank all the operations team and everybody for working hard this summer. We're going to have a great year coming up, and our schools are going to be ready. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to say, this is Mr. Wagner's last operations update as well.
Very true.
So thank you so much. I just wanted to recognize you for that. I know you're just down the road. So thank you, and I'll probably pop in a few times. You're not far from where I'm at. So thank you for all you've done for the district here downtown.
Absolutely. It's a team effort. It's been a great part
Okay.
of this team. So
I just wanted to recognize you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
We had a quick discussion before the meeting today. He's been to over 450 school board meetings. Isn't that what you said? I don't know. How about you, Ms. Saunders? Can you beat that or not?
No,
No, you can't. All right. So maybe there should be an award for the person that's been to the most school board meetings. So congratulations, and you're moving to Manatee Technical College, and we know that's your love and your passion, and that's a great fit for you. So thanks for your service. Yep.
Instructional Superintendent Saunders.
Well, as you know, Thursday is my last working day, and working I am. I don't know what I was thinking because I'm working up to the 11th hour. We will have a board workshop where we will present the budget, and we will finalize all the loose ends before my departure. But a great project that I'm glad to get off the ground before my departure is the MTC Aviation groundbreaking. That is at 2 o'clock. SRQ, so I hope we will see you there. And as you know, this is my final week as superintendent. I have been so truly blessed. Mr. Wagner has been by my side through the entire duration. I certainly couldn't have done it without him. And yes, Mr. Dye has been with me for the whole duration too. So it is a team. We have a great group of people, of teachers, of community, of students, and the district is definitely in a wonderful, wonderful place. And I feel truly blessed that I was a part of it, that I was chosen to lead, and I was able to serve. So I thank you, and it is in good hands, and I know Dr. Wysong is going to do a great job. Thank you all.
Thank you. And board comments. We'll start with Ms. Messenger, Mr. Tatum, Ms. Foreman, Ms. Spray, and myself. Ms. Messenger.
Sure. I just want to start with Mr. Wagner and just how much you'll be missed. And I always enjoy your really positive outlook and your love of Manatee County and your deep understanding. And I know that you're going to do wonderful things at MTC, and I'll come visit you. I'll be that annoying board member. And then really the only other thing I have to say is to thank our superintendent for her time and commitment and dedication. You're leaving this district in a much better position than when you arrived. In fact, this is the best this district has ever been in academically and financially. And you've done your job with grit and grace. I think that slideshow that played at the beginning of the meeting made me think of all of the grit and the grace that you've overcome in your time here. And I think at times it felt insurmountable, but you did it all. I truly hope that you have a wonderful and relaxing time traveling and playing with your grandkids. You will be absolutely missed. And thank you for all that you have done to serve the students and the community of Manatee County. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Tatum?
Okay, so I've decided I'm going to be the safety guy. So I'm just going to make that point at every meeting. And that goes for you too, Ms. Saunders. Don't think that, I'm relaxed now, I'm on vacation, I'm driving my RV or whatever. Be safe, because, you know, when you're out there camping. So, but safety first. And I guess the safety point I'll make tonight is a lot of times we watch other people and they're getting ready to do something unsafe. And we go, you know, that doesn't seem like a good idea. When we have that thought, go tell that person, hey, that doesn't seem like a good idea. You know, there's probably a lot of people that have had injuries and have bad things happen to them. And someone was watching thinking, you know, I don't think I'd do the double backflip off that cliff into that little pond down there. That's not a good idea. So think about that. If you have that idea in your mind, that's not a good idea, don't keep it there. Get it out of your mouth and tell the person. All right. And yes, Ms. Saunders, I mean, geez, well done, good and faithful servant, from one of my favorite books. That's a quote from the Bible there, but I really think that applies in this situation. You know, better school grades. We were at the volunteer luncheon this afternoon, and how many, when you took over as, was it when you took over as superintendent or when you arrived in the district, how many DNF schools did we have?
When I arrived at there were 18.
18. DNFs. And you were you the
executive director of all the schools at that time.
Of all the schools, right. And there were 18 that were DRFs, and today we have, how many?
We had 2 last year.
Okay.
The prior year, we had none.
Had none. Okay, so a significant improvement. So congratulations on that. And then, you know, financial stability is excellent. Our credit rating has improved just over the last month. And then, you know, you brought on Guy Harvey. We have the aerospace program done at SRQ. Those are just 2 other great initiatives. So I'll end with that. I'll end my comments to you at least. Well done, good and faithful servant. So one quick comment about, this is sunshine related. When a while ago I said I had the same meeting with Dr. Jones about the charter school issue. What I don't want people to think is that Ms. Foreman and I were there together. It wasn't the same meeting. I had a similar meeting by myself with Dr. Jones. It wasn't the same meeting. And then lastly, I'll just do a little leadership thing, is that, you know, sometimes when we get into discussions with people, we start to think about trying to be right, and I do it myself, especially, you know, in our marriages and stuff. We're like, I'm right, and then sometimes if you're watching from the outside, or we can just think about it ourselves, how could I be helpful? And I've noticed that in my you know, some of those tension-filled situations I have in life, is when you feel that anger coming up and you're like, okay, I want to be right now. And I know I'm addressing what happened, but it happens to me too. This happens to all of us. It's not addressed at anyone in particular. Just start to have that idea in our mind. All right, I'm trying to be right now, but how could I stop that? And what could I do to be helpful at this very moment? And a lot of times that'll calm down that anger and those emotions that we have and move the situation forward instead of going round and round about who's being right. And it applies to me, happens in my life just like it does to everybody else. And because I know, you know, we don't have nefarious motives up here. Whatever happened here was not done nefariously, and the word grace came up tonight from Ms. Messenger. You know, having grace for people when they don't do things in the way that we think they should have been done. we can have some grace for them and see how to move forward and be helpful at that point. So that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Farmer?
Superintendent Saunders, first, I apologize for making your last
Yeah.
board meeting, and actually your last week, a trying one, because, yes, we talked very frequently, but I do apologize, that to you. I wish it didn't,
No worries.
wish it didn't happen. But, hey,
Okay.
you gotta give you reason to smile big, even bigger when you walk out the door. And obviously, I've lost my power of persuasion from my debate days, so, but I will proceed with grace. Ms. Saunders, when I first came on the board, I mean, we knew each other before when I was on audit committee, and not a big fan. Made that very clear. And I've never told anybody this, but our first meeting, I don't know if you remember that, our board briefing, so you want my job. I'm going, whoa, this woman, she's a force to be reckoned with. And at the time, yeah, I did. But over time, and it took a few months, but I see what you did in the district and your qualities and the relationships that you formed, and what a benefit to our district. And I loved that video montage. Just reminded me of some really high points, and yeah. So I will miss you tremendously. And I thank you for all that you've done. You did leave big shoes to fill. So,
Thank you.
but and Dr. Weisson has big feet, so I don't know how we'll work that out. And Mr. Wagner, I thank you for all that you have done. I mean, you are just an incredibly. You are the face of Manatee County School District, and I thank you. And I just want to have 3 words for you. It's all good. And I just want to let the board know I did attend the Florida School Finance Officers Association conference, 4 days of accounting. It was fabulous. And but
Sorry, I missed it.
yeah, I bet. But there was some good information, but this one wasn't as fun-filled as as the fall one. But so the fall one is the one to go to. So, but there was some good stuff there. So, and Miss Sellers was
All right.
yeah.
So that's why it wasn't fun.
So a lot of good information, especially about new legislation stuff. So, and Mr. Chair, I did not take this thing personally. I guess it did get personal because I am passionate about the audit committee. I do think it was, but I hope I did not offend you. So I'll just leave it at that. So thank you, board members, for indulging me.
I guess we're gonna leave you with a bang, right? I mean, why have an easy one? You know what I mean?
Right, exactly.
And just real quick to Miss Warren, no, I've been dealt worse than that, so it's okay.
Oh, I can do worse.
I'm sure. No, I didn't take it personal. It wasn't personal by me, so I hope you feel that way. But no, it's we're all. I think it was said today? But we are all. Yes, I believe the mayor said it today at lunch. We all may have different turns and directions on how to get to the same place, and we're all trying to get to the same place, right? No, I don't take offense to anything you said. So, but first to Mr. Wagner, thank you so much for your service. What else? I mean, several decades in one place. It doesn't really happen often anymore. So we're extremely sad to see you go from where you're at. But I know your love and passions at MTC. I mean, you built that to what it is. You got an auditorium. So, I mean, kind of is what it is, right? So, oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. Do you finish your thoughts? I don't mind going last.
You will go second to last.
All right.
I'll finish my thoughts on Ms. Wagner, but I appreciate what everything you've done, and you're not going to go anywhere. You can come back for another 400 meetings even when you retire. Ms. Bray, go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. No big deal. First of all, Ms. Saunders, you've had a great run. Some people have a birthday week. You've had a retirement month. So that's kind of what's been going on. A lot of great things have happened to our district, and we're better for it. And what else is there to say? I've been to all the different events, and there's such great accolades, and you have brought a lot of good programs to our district, and I'm sure we're going to benefit from all of that. So thank you. Thank you for your patience with me and giving me that learning curve. I think we all need those learning curves. And I say all the time, and maybe this even applies even tonight, sometimes it's not what you say, it's how you say it. So we got to think of that all the time. I do. So thank you for your service to the district, and again to Mr. Wagner. But other items is I did want to recognize one of the other employees that who is retiring after 40 years with the district. I always try to look at the resignations and retirements and all of that. And Kelly Warren, 40 years with the district is an amazing, amazing number. When I saw that, my eyes just about jumped out. And we have several with 35 years, 30 years, 29.4, I call that 30 years, 33 years. It's just amazing that we've got that kind of talent that stays with us. And went to Manatee L today for their partnership luncheon, and there they had retained all of their teachers, only had to hire one, I think they said. So that's a good news story within itself, because that is a District 2 school, first of all, but it is also a Title I. So it's nice to hear those kind of stories and see that kind of retention within our district. There's other events, but I'm not going to belabor them, because I think this was good conversation that we had tonight, and we just got to go back to what did we do, how do we say it, and move on. So thank you.
My second time.
Right.
I do want to say, and Ms. Bray, I love that you bring up the retirements and who's there and recognize those years. And I do want to say someone that in my career has been someone that has led me and as a teacher, when I was a teacher as a principal. Don Sauer is retiring from the district. He hasn't been here past couple weeks. He took his vacations and sick days, etc. But served the district, multiple high schools, coach, teacher, principal, and obviously the district as don't know exactly his title, but I know had to do with director of
Student services.
Student
information system.
Information and had some. I know he had some interesting meetings back when parish community was being built. So I know he was involved in a lot of that with the district team. To Superintendent Saunders, I was here before as a teacher, before you, a little bit during, left. Obviously, you've come back as a board member. The district is in a far better place than it was before you, and it's going in the right direction. And the one thing that I think, or that I know that I was looking for in a replacement for you, is someone who's willing to step out and look at those innovative programs and not just settling, right? And I felt like the district has never really just settled. We've always tried to push and become a district that I honestly, if you probably go around the state of Florida, we may not be number one in the state of Florida. We're obviously the highest we've ever been ranked, but I don't see another district that has the innovative programs that we have. And you didn't stop, right? To the last minute, to last year, Guy Harvey came aboard, and up until maybe a couple months ago, there was another one going to come, and they didn't. But so that's one thing that I so much appreciate what you've given to the district, because obviously have 2 kids that have gone to school this whole time that you've been superintendent. And I have cousins and nephews and things like that, and maybe grandkids one day that go here in Manatee County. And so for what you've done for the district, we really can't do enough, right? We wanted to give you something, and so if you want to come join me down here at the podium, we wanted to give you something special for you. You've gotten a lot of accolades, you've gotten the plaques, and you've gotten the clocks, and today you had a cool, I don't know exactly what it was, but some kind of trophy. We wanted to present you with, and it's funny, I didn't even know when we discussed this as a board to do this, I didn't even know the community school luncheon was today, so it's kind of ironic. But it was talked about the luncheon. I know 4 or 5 of us were here. Not everybody was at the luncheon. The community schools that we have in place would not be here if it wasn't for Superintendent Saunders grasping that idea and saying, yes, let's go with it. Again, you could have easily said, hey, let's keep going with what we're doing. But you saw the need and you tackled it and you went and found investors, etc. And so we thought as a board, really the best place to keep your name would be the Cynthia Saunders School Health Center at Dr. Elementary.
That is wonderful.
And so obviously we don't have the
I'll be
clinic
like
built.
Doug.
Correct.
Have my picture and name somewhere.
So we obviously don't have it built yet. But when it is, you will definitely be invited back.
I think that's
for the
great.
dedication ceremony. And what better way to put your memory than the schools that you've helped and the community that you've helped in creating those community partnership schools.
Well, thank
So,
you. This is fabulous.
Absolutely. And we want the rest of the board to come down and take a
Right.
picture. And with
Come
that,
take
I
a
brought my
picture.
gavel. With that, we're adjourned.
Yay. And there's
I have my back
chocolate
pocket.
cake.
And there is some cake and stuff I can get out of my pocket. We are adjourned.
All right.
And then we can all take a picture.
Come take a picture. This is great.